Welcome to Terrified Tales, where things are about to get unsettling. Before we dive deeper into the darkness, make sure to like and subscribe. Let us know where you're listening from and what time it is. Are you brave enough to be here at night? Now, relax and let the fear take hold. Story 1. The letter arrived on a Tuesday. It was old-fashioned, thick, yellowed paper sealed with dark red wax. No return address. Just a single name scrawled in black ink. Daniel Holt. Maggie almost didn't open it. It had been 16 years since she last heard that name. 16 years since the night Daniel vanished in Black Hollow Forest. But curiosity is a wicked thing. Inside, the letter was brief, written in a shaky, familiar hand. Maggie, I know you remember what happened. I know you've tried to forget, but it never left us. It never stopped watching. I found something, proof of what took me that night. Come back to Black Hollow. I need you to see this before it finds me again. It wasn't signed, but it didn't need to be. Maggie's stomach twisted. Daniel had been her best friend as a child, the one who convinced her and the others to play deep in the woods despite the stories, the warnings. And then, one summer night, he had simply disappeared. No tracks, no struggle, just the lingering scent of pine needles and the distant hum of something wrong in the trees. No one believed her when she said they heard his voice calling from the woods weeks later, that he wasn't gone. Not really. Now, 16 years later, this letter. Maggie stared at the ink, at the trembling curves of Daniel's handwriting. A name she had buried in the past, now clawing its way back into her life. Outside, a wind stirred the leaves. Something shifted in the trees beyond her window. Maggie packed her bags that night, and by morning she was driving back to Black Hollow. The road to Black Hollow Forest had not changed. Maggie had expected something to be different. New gas stations, widened roads, a fresh coat of paint on the rusting "Welcome to Black Hollow" sign, but time had done little to touch this place. The road remained cracked and narrow, its edges crumbling into thick overgrowth. The pines stood as they always had, their skeletal limbs reaching overhead, swallowing the sky in a canopy of shifting shadows. A childhood spent in these woods had carved them into her bones. She knew their smell, their silence, their secret movements. Even now, driving alone down the twisting road, she swore she could feel something watching her from the trees. She checked her phone. No signal. It didn't surprise her. It never worked. Here, the closer she got to town, the more unease settled in her chest. Why now? Why, after 16 years of silence, had Daniel reached out? And why had she come back so easily? She could have burned the letter, thrown it away, pretended it had never arrived. But that was the thing about unfinished stories. They didn't stay buried. And Maggie had never stopped dreaming about that night. The way the air had gone silent just before Daniel disappeared. The way the forest had shifted, the trees closing in, twisting, bending. The way the shadows had moved, taking shape in a way shadows weren't supposed to. The way they had whispered his name. Maggie gripped the steering wheel, her knuckles white. She never told anyone what she saw. She had tried. The police called it an accident. A child wandering too deep into the forest and getting lost. Search parties were sent, but nothing was ever found. No body, no footprints, not even a torn scrap of clothing. Eventually, people stopped looking. Daniel Holt became another missing kid in the woods, a cautionary tale parents told their children to keep them from straying too far. But Maggie remembered the last thing she heard before she ran. Daniel screaming, not in pain, not in fear, in recognition, like he had seen something. And now he wanted her to come back. Maggie took a deep breath as she reached the edge of town. Black Hollow hadn't changed much either. It was the kind of town that time forgot. Small, isolated, a cluster of old houses and shuttered businesses nestled between the mountains and the endless stretch of pine. Some buildings looked abandoned, their windows boarded up, as if the town itself was slowly rotting away. As she drove past the town square, she noticed the people. They stared. She wasn't sure if they recognized her, or if it was just the fact that an outsider had arrived. But there was something wrong in the way they looked at her. Their eyes followed her car, their expressions blank and unreadable, like they were waiting. A chill crawled up Maggie's spine as she pulled up to the motel. It was the only one in town, the Hollow Pines Inn. She had stayed here before, back when. Her parents were too grief-stricken to take care of her after Daniel vanished. Back then, the inn had felt cozy, warm. Its dark wooden walls smelled of cedar. Its dim lights hummed with a comforting buzz. Now, as she stepped inside, the air felt thick, stale, heavy. The man at the front desk barely looked up as she approached. He was old, with sunken cheeks and deep lines around his mouth. When she said her name, his fingers twitched on the counter. "Didn't think you'd ever come back," he muttered. Maggie stiffened. "I didn't think I would either." The man slid a key across the counter. His fingernails were too long. "Room 6, he said. Maggie hesitated, waiting for him to ask why she was here. But he didn't. He just watched her take the key with those dark, unblinking eyes. She hurried down the hall before he could say anything else. Maggie sat on the edge of the motel bed, staring at her phone. No service, no Wi-Fi, no way to reach anyone outside of this town. She wasn't sure what she had expected. Daniel had told her to come, but he hadn't told her where to find him. She had no number to call, no address. Just this letter, its paper soft and crumpled from the way she kept unfolding and refolding it. Her fingers traced the ink, the messy, frantic loops of his handwriting. She frowned. Something about the letter felt wrong. She had been so focused on the words before that she hadn't noticed how they trailed off at the end. The ink faded, the last few letters barely visible, like he had run out of time, or like someone had stopped him. A knock at the door made her jump. Her breath caught in her throat. Slowly, she rose to her feet and crossed the room. The door had no peephole. She hesitated. Another knock. Soft, slow, deliberate. Maggie swallowed and opened the door. A woman stood in the dim hallway. She was young, maybe in her early 20s, but something about her face was off. Her eyes were too wide, her pupils dark and hungry, her skin pale like she hadn't seen sunlight in years. Maggie knew instantly that this woman was not a stranger. Even after 16 years, she recognized her. "Ava?" The woman smiled. "Hi, Mags." Maggie's blood turned to ice. Ava should not be here because Ava had gone missing the same night as Daniel. Maggie couldn't move. Ava smiled at her like nothing had happened, like she hadn't disappeared into the black moor of the forest 16 years ago, along with Daniel. She stood in the motel hallway, barefoot on the stained carpet, her clothes hanging loose on her frame like they had belonged to someone else first, and her eyes. They weren't right. There was something hollow in them, something distant, like a person trying to remember how to act human. "Ava," Maggie whispered, her throat dry. "You're alive." No, that wasn't the right word. Not gone. Not enough. Ava's smile widened, and for a moment, Maggie saw something move behind her lips. Something dark. "You came back," Ava said. Her voice was light, almost sing-song, but underneath it was something else. Something fractured. Maggie's body finally kicked into action. She reached forward, grabbing Ava's wrist. "Where the hell have you been?" Ava didn't resist. She let herself be touched, held, as if she had no weight at all. Waiting. The Ritai word slithered from her mouth like it had been pulled from somewhere deep and damp. Maggie's stomach clenched. Waiting for what? Ava tilted her head. The movement was too slow, too precise, like she was mimicking something she had seen rather than something she had felt. For you. The motel hallway felt too quiet. Maggie's ears strained, listening for the hum of the old overhead light, the distant buzz of the vending machine. Nothing. The world had gone completely silent, as if the moment Ava arrived, all other sound had died. Maggie let go of Ava's wrist and took a step back. This was wrong. All of this was wrong. Ava had disappeared the same night as Daniel. She had been there with them in the woods, part of their group of 5. They had all been running when Daniel screamed. Then the shadows moved, and Ava had been swallowed by the dark, gone just like Daniel. Except now, she was standing in front of Maggie, her skin pale as candle wax, her breath shallow and uneven. But she wasn't the same. Maggie swallowed hard, pushing back the nausea curling in her gut. Ava, where's Daniel? Ava's smile flickered. And then, for the first time, something like emotion crossed her face. Fear. Maggie's pulse jumped. Ava turned her head toward the hallway window. At the end of the corridor, beyond it, the black trees of Black Hollow Forest loomed, shifting slightly as if they were breathing. You shouldn't have come back, Ava whispered, and then the lights flickered. For the briefest moment, the entire motel blinked out of existence. The walls faded to nothing. The floor beneath Maggie's feet sank, and for a terrifying heartbeat she was nowhere, just an endless, suffocating dark. And in that dark, something watched her. She felt it before she saw it, a weight, a presence pressing against her skin, then whispers, not from Ava, from the walls, the floor, the air itself. She came back. She came back. She came back. The lights flickered back on. Maggie gasped, stumbling backward against the doorframe. Ava was gone. The hallway was empty. The silence clung to her, thick and choking. Maggie's shaking hand went to her throat. Her pulse was too fast. She turned, fumbling with the motel door handle, shoving herself inside. She slammed it shut, locking it. Her breathing was ragged, her chest heaving. What the hell was happening? She pressed her forehead against the cool wood of the door, eyes squeezing shut. There had to be an explanation. Ava had vanished 16 years ago. She had been pronounced dead. And now she was here, standing in a motel hallway, like she had simply stepped out of time. And the lights. Maggie swallowed back bile. For a second, just a second, she had been somewhere else, or something had. Been there with her. Her gaze dropped to her hands, still trembling. Daniel's letter. Proof. That's what he had written. He had proof of what happened that night. Maggie forced herself to move, grabbing her jacket, her boots, her flashlight. She had spent 16 years trying to forget what happened, but Daniel had never stopped looking, and if she didn't find him soon, she wasn't sure there would be anything left of him to find. Maggie left the motel in a hurry, the cold night air biting at her skin. The streets were empty, dark. The streetlights barely flickered, their bulbs dim like they were straining to stay alive. She checked her phone. Still no signal. She had one place to go. The last place she had seen Daniel Holt, Black Hollow Forest. The trees loomed at the edge of town, thick and waiting. Maggie's boots crunched against the dirt as she approached the old trailhead, the wooden warning sign still bolted to the post. Enter at your own risk. She hesitated. For the first time in 16 years, she wasn't sure she wanted to see what was waiting for her in those woods. But she had no choice. Daniel had called her back. And now, she had to answer. She took a step forward. The trees shuddered as if they had been expecting her, and somewhere far in the distance someone laughed. It sounded like Daniel, but it wasn't. Not anymore. The moment Maggie stepped into Black Hollow Forest, the air changed. The silence was the first thing she noticed. Not the normal quiet of the woods at night, but something deeper, more unnatural. No rustling leaves, no distant chirp of insects, no wind moving through the branches. It was as if the entire forest had been waiting, holding its breath. The second thing she noticed was the smell. The forest had always carried the scent of damp earth and pine, but now beneath it there was something rotting. Maggie swallowed against the nausea creeping up her throat and gripped her flashlight tighter. The beam cut through the dark in thin, weak slices. The light didn't reach as far as it should. She knew these woods. She had walked these trails as a child, spent endless summers beneath these trees. But now, they were different. Or maybe she was different. Either way, she could feel something pressing in around her, something unseen, and it was watching. Her boots crunched softly against the dirt path as she moved deeper. She kept her breathing slow and steady, but her heart was hammering against her ribs. She had to find Daniel, had to find whatever had brought him back, if he had ever really left at all. Maggie moved carefully, her flashlight sweeping across the trees. The further she went, the more the forest began to change. The trees grew taller, their trunks stretching impossibly high, disappearing into the dark. Their bark was split and peeling, veins of black twisting up from their roots like something had infected them. And then she saw the markings carved into the trees, deep and jagged, symbols. The same ones she had seen all those years ago. The ones that had appeared overnight, scratched into the bark like claw marks. She ran her fingers over one of the symbols. It was rough, uneven, and fresh. Her stomach turned. Someone, or something, had been here recently. The wind shifted, and suddenly a whisper brushed against her ear. "Maggie." She froze. The voice was too close. Slowly she turned, her breath catching in her throat. The forest behind her was empty, but her skin prickled, every nerve screaming that she wasn't alone. She wasn't sure how long she stood there, flashlight trembling in her grip, eyes scanning the trees for a shape that shouldn't be there. Then, a flicker of movement. Something darted between the trunks, just at the edge of the light. Maggie's breath stilled. She swung the flashlight toward it, but whatever it was had already disappeared. Then laughter, soft, low, wrong. She knew that laugh. She hadn't heard it in 16 years, but she knew it. Daniel. Maggie's heart twisted, a mix of relief and fear clawing up her throat. "Daniel?" she called, her voice hoarse. No answer, but the laughter came again, shifting, echoing from somewhere deeper in the woods. Maggie hesitated. Something was wrong. Daniel was alive. He had to be. He had sent the letter. He had called her here. But the way he was laughing, it wasn't right. The sound bent in the air, stretched, distorted, like something was trying to mimic it, but couldn't quite get it right. Maggie's fingers tightened around the flashlight. She had to keep going. She had to find him. She took another step forward, and the ground beneath her shifted. The dirt sank beneath her boots, and suddenly she was falling. Maggie hit the ground hard, her breath ripping from her lungs. For a moment she couldn't move. The impact sent sharp pain through her ribs, and her mind spun in confusion. The ground wasn't supposed to give out like that. Slowly she pushed herself up, her palms pressing into the cold, damp earth. Her flashlight had rolled a few feet away, its beam casting wild shadows against the trees. She reached for it, fingers brushing over the cold metal, and then she saw them, footprints, pressed into the dirt, leading deeper into the woods. Bare footprints, small, child-sized. Maggie's stomach twisted. Slowly, She raised her flashlight, following the path of prints. With her eyes, they vanished into the darkness ahead, into the trees that seemed to stretch and breathe in the shadows. A sound reached her ears, soft, wet, like something moving through the leaves. She wasn't alone. A chill crept up her spine as she pushed herself to her feet. The flashlight shook in her grip as she aimed it toward the trees, her breath catching. A figure, standing between the trunks, half hidden in the dark. Small, unmoving. Maggie's throat closed. It was a child, barefoot, wearing tattered clothes, their skin pale and dirty, their head tilted just slightly too far. Maggie opened her mouth to speak, but no sound came out. The child smiled, and then, in Daniel's voice, "You shouldn't have come back, Mags." Maggie staggered backward, her vision blurred, heart hammering against her ribs. The child didn't move, didn't blink, just stood there, smiling. And then, another voice, behind her. "Maggie." The whisper crawled against her ear, cold and wet, like a breath made of rot. Her entire body went rigid. Slowly, too slowly, she turned her head. And standing right behind her, skin stretched tight over two long limbs, its face a twisted echo of something she once knew, was Daniel, or what was left of him. His eyes were wrong, hollow, black, and when he smiled, his teeth weren't teeth at all. Maggie's breath shattered. She tried to run, but the forest had already closed in, and the last thing she heard before the dark swallowed her whole was the sound of Daniel laughing. Maggie ran. The laughter still rang in her ears, twisting through the trees like something alive. It was Daniel's voice, but it wasn't. It bent in the air, stretching too long, repeating in loops like a broken record. Too human, but not human at all. Her boots pounded against the damp earth, lungs burning, breath sharp in the freezing air. The flashlight bounced wildly in her grip, the beam slicing through the dark, illuminating nothing but twisted trunks and gnarled branches. She had to get out. Had to get out before the forest took her, too. The path had disappeared beneath her feet. There was no trail anymore, just endless trees stretching too tall, their shadows growing longer and longer as if they were reaching for her. And behind her, the laughter didn't stop. Neither did the whispers. "Maggie, why did you come back? You shouldn't be here." She pushed herself harder, her legs screaming, her breath coming in ragged gasps. She had to find something, some kind of landmark, a break in the trees, anything that could tell her where she was. And then, a cabin. It emerged from the darkness without warning, its outline jagged against the black trees. Maggie skidded to a stop, heart hammering. It looked abandoned, old, rotting, its wooden walls warped with age and weather. The windows were boarded up, the door slightly ajar, the inside swallowed in black. She didn't have a choice. The whispers were getting closer. She ran toward it. The moment Maggie stepped inside, the air changed. The cold outside had been sharp, biting. But in here, it was dead, stagnant. The door creaked behind her, and for a second, she thought it might shut on its own. She turned, gripping the handle. It didn't move. Something in the room shifted. Maggie's flashlight swept across the space, dusty. Furniture, old books, something that looked like a decayed animal skull sitting on a shelf. And then she saw the writing, scrawled across the walls, across the ceiling, across the floor, carved deep into the wood, the words overlapping, repeating, scratched in a frantic, desperate hand. "Don't look at it. It knows you're here. It never forgets." Maggie's breath hitched, and then a thump from behind her. She turned, heart slamming against her ribs. A door at the back of the cabin, slightly open. Something moved inside. She stepped forward, pulse roaring in her ears. The flashlight shook in her grip as she aimed it at the gap in the door, a face, half hidden in the dark, watching her. Maggie staggered backward, a scream catching in her throat. But the figure didn't move, didn't blink, just stood there, and then she heard it, a rasping breath, slow, wet, like lungs full of mud. Maggie's legs locked in place. Run, she had to run. But her body wasn't listening. The figure stepped forward. The light caught its features. A boy. No, what used to be a boy. His skin was too pale, stretched over sharp bones, his eyes black pits that swallowed all light. Maggie's stomach twisted. She knew this face. Her mind fought against it, refused to believe it. But she knew him. She knew him before he was this. Daniel. His mouth curled into a smile, and then, without moving his lips, she heard his voice. "You finally came back." Maggie couldn't breathe. This wasn't Daniel. It couldn't be. Daniel had been her best friend. The boy who had dared her to climb trees, who had made her laugh until she cried, who had disappeared into the woods 16 years ago and never came back. And yet, he was here. But it wasn't him. It was something else. Something wearing his face. The cabin groaned around her. The walls shrank. Maggie took a step back. "What happened to you?" Daniel's two black eyes gleamed. "I never left." A shadow moved behind him, not a shape, not a person. Something bigger. Something that crawled. Maggie's body went cold. The thing in the dark. It was inside the cabin with her. Daniel tilted his head. "Do you remember what you saw that night?" Maggie shook her head. She had spent 16 years trying to forget. But deep down, in the part of her mind she had buried, she did remember. The night Daniel disappeared, the way the trees had moved, the way the air had turned thick, suffocating, wrong, and the thing that had come out of the dark, not an animal, not a person, something else, something with too many arms, too many eyes, something that had whispered Daniel's name before it took him. Maggie clenched her teeth. "You're not Daniel." The thing wearing his face smiled. "I used to be." And then the shadows lunged. Maggie ran. She shoved past the door, her body slamming into the wall as something cold and wet scraped across her back. A whisper curled against her ear. Not words, just hunger. She didn't look back, didn't stop. She threw herself through the cabin door back into the freezing dark of the forest. The trees swayed. The laughter came again, echoing, twisting, coming from everywhere at once. And then, from just behind her, a voice. Maggie. She knew that voice. She had heard it all her life. But when she turned, it was her own face staring back at her. Maggie screamed. The thing that wore her face didn't move. It just smiled. And behind it, the forest shifted. The trees bent, stretching, yawning open into something else. A door. Not made of wood. Not made of anything from this world. And beyond it, in the endless dark, something waited. Something that had been waiting since the night Daniel disappeared. Something that was hungry, and Maggie understood in that moment why Daniel had called her back. Not to save him, to replace him, to take his place in the hollow spaces between the trees, where no one could hear you scream, where you never really died, just became something else. And as the shadows closed in around her, whispering her name, she finally remembered what had taken Daniel all those years ago, and now it had finally come back for her. Maggie couldn't move. The thing that wore her face stood just feet away, its expression frozen in that awful, too wide smile. It didn't breathe. It didn't blink. And behind it, the forest was opening, not like a clearing, like a mouth. The trees twisted and bent in unnatural ways, their trunks stretching apart to form an archway of writhing limbs. Beyond it, there was nothing. No light, no ground, no stars, just a hollow, endless black, and something inside it, waiting, watching, calling. Her home. Maggie's breath came in ragged gasps. Her legs refused to move, her body locked in place by the sheer wrongness of what she was seeing. The thing that wore her face tilted its head. "It's time, Mags," it whispered. The voice was hers, but not. It was too thin, too stretched, like something speaking through a mouth that didn't fully understand how to form words. Maggie forced herself to take a step back, then another. The trees shuddered, branches cracked, leaves trembled. The entire forest seemed to groan like it was alive, or worse, like it was waking up. Then, from the dark archway behind the thing that wore her face, hands, dozens, pale skeletal fingers curling out of the black, clawing at the edges, stretching toward her. Maggie turned and ran. Her boots slammed against the dirt, breath ripping from her throat in short, panicked gasps. The laughter was behind her, too close, too wrong. The whispering didn't stop. "Maggie, come back. Don't fight." The voices layered over each other, folding in on themselves. Daniel's, Ava's, her own. She didn't stop. She didn't dare look back. The trees closed in around her, the branches bending low, reaching, snagging at her clothes, and then a hand grabbed her ankle. Maggie crashed to the ground, her head slamming against the damp earth. Stars exploded behind her eyes. She kicked wildly, twisting onto her back, flashlight swinging toward her feet. Nothing was there, just dirt, leaves, shadows, but she had felt it. Something had grabbed her, something that had let go. Maggie scrambled to her feet, her legs shaking beneath her. The forest felt tighter now, the trees pressing in, the sky swallowed in black. She wasn't going to make it out. Not unless she found something. Some way to end this. Her mind spun, grasping for logic. Daniel had left a clue. A letter. He had been trying to tell her something. He had found proof. Maggie dug into her jacket pocket, her fingers closing around the crumpled paper. She unfolded it with shaking hands, aiming the flashlight at the words. Her stomach dropped. The letter had changed. The words were smeared, the ink bleeding into the paper like veins. The handwriting, once Daniel's, was no longer human. It had twisted, bent. A single sentence remained clear at the bottom of the page. "It let me leave because I brought it something else." Maggie's body went cold. She heard the laughter again. It was coming from ahead now. From the trees. From everywhere. Maggie's fingers tightened around the letter. Daniel had escaped because he gave them something else, because someone had to stay. And now it was her turn. A shadow shifted in the trees. Maggie's breath hitched. She ran. The ground beneath her was soft, too soft, like running across damp moss. The trees blurred past her, the darkness stretching, folding, moving as if the entire forest was breathing with her. Then, a shape ahead, a figure, standing in the path. Maggie skidded to a stop, breath caught in her throat. The flashlight trembled in her grip, the beam cutting across the figure's face. Daniel. He stood still, his body too thin, his clothes torn and filthy. His eyes were wrong, black pits that seemed to eat the light, but beneath that, he looked human, not like Ava, not like the thing that had worn her face. He was real. Maggie's hands shook. "Daniel." Daniel's lips barely moved. "I'm sorry." Her chest clenched. "You left me here." His throat bobbed. He wouldn't meet her eyes. "It won't stop, Mags." A breath of wind shuddered through the trees. Daniel took a slow step forward. "It needs someone. If you run, it'll take more. It'll take everything." Maggie's pulse slammed against her ribs. Daniel had brought her here on purpose. He had escaped, but only because he made a deal. And now, she was the deal. The laughter grew louder. A shape unfolded from the dark behind Daniel. Maggie's stomach dropped. It was massive, larger than the trees, a shifting, twisting thing, its limbs stretching in impossible ways. Its skin was black and wet, slick like something that had crawled up from the bottom of a lake. It had no face, only eyes. Dozens, hundreds, some too small, some too big, all of them watching her. Daniel turned his head slightly, his expression empty. It already knows you. Maggie stepped back. The thing behind him moved, its limbs cracked, bending in ways that bones shouldn't bend. Its fingers unfurled, stretching, reaching. Daniel closed his eyes. "I'm sorry." The forest collapsed. Maggie screamed. The trees ripped apart, the shadows swallowing her whole. The last thing she saw was the thing's smile, wide, endless, a void, and then black. Maggie woke to silence. She wasn't in the forest anymore. She was lying in bed, the scent of cedar and dust filling her nose, her fingers curled against soft sheets. Slowly she turned her head. She was in the Hollow Pines Inn, back in the motel, back in her room. The morning sun bled through the curtains. Maggie's heart slammed against her ribs. She sat up too fast, her vision spinning. Her boots were still caked in mud. Her jacket was torn, her hands shook. It wasn't a dream. It had been real. A knock at the door made her flinch. Her stomach twisted as she swung her legs over the bed, every muscle in her body screaming in protest. Another knock, slow, deliberate. Maggie forced herself to stand. She crossed the room, pulse pounding in her skull, and gripped the handle. Slowly, too slowly, she pulled the door open. Daniel stood on the other side. He smiled, but his eyes were all wrong. Maggie's fingers tightened on the motel doorframe. Daniel stood before her, wearing the same ragged clothes from the forest, his face gaunt, his skin stretched too tight over his bones. But it was his eyes that sent a jagged pulse of dread through her. They were black, not the way pupils widen in the dark, not the way shadows play tricks. They were empty, hollow spaces where light shouldn't be. And yet, he was smiling. It was a small, careful thing, not forced, not unnatural, but wrong, like he was testing the shape of it, like it wasn't really his. Maggie's breath came in shallow bursts. She should have slammed the door, should have run, but her body refused to move. Daniel blinked. When he spoke, his voice was quiet. Too quiet. "Can I come in?" Maggie swallowed hard. Her hands clenched at her sides. 1,000 thoughts screamed through her mind at once. This wasn't real. This wasn't happening. She had been in the woods. She had seen something else, something bigger, something wearing his face. Daniel shifted, cocking his head slightly. The movement was too smooth, too precise, like a machine. "You don't look well, Mags." A chill crawled up her spine. He had called her that before, when they were kids, when they sat in tree branches throwing pine cones at each other, when they whispered secrets around campfires. But now it felt stolen. Maggie's throat tightened. "What do you want?" Daniel's smile didn't falter. "You know what I want." A memory flickered in her mind. The letter, the desperate scrawl of his handwriting. "I found something. Proof. Before it finds me again." Her stomach churned. Had he lied? Had it been a trap all along? Had he written that letter just to bring her back for it? No. That wasn't right. There had been fear in those words. Real fear. The kind she had felt herself when she stepped into those woods and heard her own voice whispering back at her. So what had changed? Daniel shifted again, placing a hand against The door frame. His nails were wrong, too long, the tips too sharp. Maggie's stomach twisted. She had seen something else in the forest. Something too tall. Something with eyes like pits. Something that had taken Daniel 16 years ago. And now it had sent him back. Her breath came faster. Daniel wasn't Daniel anymore, but he wanted her to let him in. Maggie stepped back, gripping the edge of the door with trembling fingers. His face flickered, just for a second, like a reflection on water, like something beneath his skin was shifting. The nausea surged. Maggie's grip on the door tightened. "You're not Daniel," she whispered. For the first time, the smile vanished. The thing on her doorstep blinked once, slowly. Then it sighed, a long, hollow breath. "That's too bad." Maggie slammed the door. She stumbled backward, her pulse slamming against her ribs. Her breath came in short gasps. Outside, the hallway was silent. No footsteps, no knock, nothing. But Maggie didn't move. She stood, frozen, her back pressed to the door, hands shaking. Her body ached. Every part of her screamed for rest, but she couldn't. Not now. Her eyes darted to the motel window. She took slow, careful steps toward it, pushing aside the curtain just enough to see. The parking lot was empty. No Daniel, no one at all. But the trees at the edge of the lot had moved. She could swear they had been further back before. Now they stood closer. The branches tilted toward her window. Maggie's stomach twisted. She let the curtain fall. Then she grabbed her jacket, her bag, and her keys. She needed to get the hell out of here. The motel clerk barely looked at her when she shoved her key onto the counter. His fingers twitched. Something about him was off too. His skin looked too dry, cracked almost, like a mask that didn't quite fit. Maggie ignored the way his eyes followed her. She pushed through the doors, stepping into the cold morning air. Her car sat where she had left it. She got in fast, locking the doors before she even exhaled. Her hands were trembling as she shoved the key into the ignition. The engine coughed once, twice, then silence. Maggie's throat tightened. She turned the key again. Nothing. Her breath came faster. This wasn't happening. It had worked fine yesterday, hadn't it? A shadow moved in the rearview mirror. Maggie's pulse stopped. Slowly, too slowly, she looked up. There was someone standing behind her car. Not Daniel. Not exactly. The shape was wrong. It was him, but stretched, like something had pulled his body too long, too thin, like it had forgotten how to wear his skin. Maggie's hands tightened on the wheel. Her mind screamed at her to run, to get out of the car and bolt. But her body refused to move. Daniel tilted his head. A shiver crawled through Maggie's. Bones. And then the sky darkened. The trees moved. She saw it this time. The pines at the edge of the lot shifted, the trunks bending, creaking, turning toward her, like the entire forest was leaning in, watching. Maggie's breath hitched. Daniel, or whatever was wearing his shape, lifted one too thin arm and pointed toward the woods, toward Black Hollow. And then, without a sound, he began to walk, not toward her, toward the trees, disappearing into the dark. Maggie's fingers clenched around the wheel. She had two choices, run or follow, and deep in her gut, she already knew. If she left now, if she turned her back on this, it wouldn't let her go. Not really, because it knew her name. It had always known her name. And the moment she set foot back in this town, it had already claimed her. Maggie closed her eyes. Then, slowly, she grabbed her flashlight and stepped out of the car. The wind shuddered. The forest sighed. And as she crossed the parking lot, following Daniel's fading figure into the trees, the motel door creaked open behind her. Clark stepped out. His face wasn't a face at all, and he smiled, because they both knew she wasn't coming back. The forest swallowed Maggie whole. The moment she stepped past the first row of trees, the world shifted. The sounds of the motel, the distant hum of the town, the wind against the asphalt, all of it vanished. The air was thick, heavy, wrong. She felt it pressing against her skin, creeping into her lungs with every breath. The scent of rot. Daniel's figure moved ahead of her, his too thin body slipping between the trunks. He didn't turn around, didn't pause. He simply walked, slow and steady, into the black. Maggie's boots crunched softly against the forest floor as she followed, her grip tight on the flashlight. The beam sliced through the dark, but it didn't reach far. The shadows were too deep, too solid. She knew she shouldn't be here. Knew she should have left the moment she saw Daniel's hollow eyes staring at her through the motel door. But she had never been given a choice. Not really, because something had decided long ago that she belonged to this place, and it wanted her back. The deeper she went, the more the trees began to change. They weren't normal anymore. Weren't trees at all. Their trunks pulsed, the bark peeling away in places like old wet paper. The branches twisted, curling inward like reaching fingers. And the roots, they moved, slow, squirming, like something alive beneath the dirt was stretching, rolling beneath her feet. Maggie's stomach twisted. She wanted to stop, to turn back. But Daniel was still ahead of her, and somehow he never seemed to get further away. She could always see him, exactly the same distance ahead, as if the forest was making sure she never lost sight of him, or making sure he never lost sight of her. A cold shiver crawled up her spine. She had made a mistake. She had walked straight into its trap. The laughter came first, soft, distant, twisting between the trees. Then, a whisper. Maggie. Her pulse slammed against her ribs. She knew that voice. It wasn't Daniel's. It wasn't hers. It was Ava's. Maggie stopped walking. The beam of her flashlight flickered, the batteries struggling. The air around her shrank, pressing in tight against her body. She turned slowly, scanning the trees. The laughter moved. From ahead, from behind, from everywhere at once. And then, something shifted in the darkness, just out of reach of the light. Maggie's breath caught. Ava stepped forward. Her body was wrong, too pale, her skin stretched too tight over her bones. Her clothes hung loose, rotting at the edges. Her feet were bare, toes curling into the dirt. Her eyes, black, like Daniel's, like the thing she had seen in the cabin. But Ava was smiling, not with her mouth, with her teeth. Maggie felt her stomach turn. Ava's lips curled back too far, her gums too pink, too raw. Her teeth weren't teeth at all. They were jagged, uneven, like bones snapped in the wrong places. And when she spoke, her voice was not her own. "You're supposed to be here." Maggie stepped back, Ava's head tilted, the skin on her neck stretched. "Why? Did you leave us, Mags?" Maggie couldn't breathe. Her mind screamed at her to run, to turn and get the hell out of this place before it took her too. But her body wouldn't listen, because deep down, she remembered. She had heard these words before. 16 years ago, the night Daniel disappeared, the night Ava was taken, the night she ran, leaving them behind. Maggie's fingers clenched around the flashlight. Her voice cracked. "I tried to find you." Ava's smile didn't falter. "No, you didn't." The words were sharp. Not an accusation. A fact. Maggie's chest tightened. Ava took a slow step forward. The forest breathed. The branches shifted, leaning toward her. You were the only one who got away. The flashlight flickered, and then Ava was inches away. Maggie choked on a scream. Too fast. Too fast. She hadn't moved. She had just been there. Maggie's hands shook. Ava leaned closer. Maggie could smell her breath, wet like dirt after rain. And behind her, beyond the trees, something else moved. A shadow. Tall. Too tall. Its body wasn't right. Too many limbs, too many eyes, watching, waiting. Ava's breath ghosted against Maggie's ear. It's your turn now. The shadows lunged. Maggie ran. She didn't think. Didn't look back. Her body reacted on instinct, shoving her forward, boots slamming into the ground as she tore through the trees. The laughter followed. The whispering never stopped. Come back, Maggie. You shouldn't have left. You were never meant to leave. The words coiled around her, sinking into her bones. The trees twisted. The path was gone. She was running in circles, running in a forest that wouldn't let her go. And then Daniel, standing ahead of her, his body still, waiting like he had been, expecting her to run straight to him. Maggie's feet skidded to a stop. Her breath was ragged pain searing through her chest. Daniel watched her, his face calm. No emotion, no regret, like he already knew how this ended. You were always supposed to come back, Mags. Behind him, the trees peeled apart. The dark mouth of the forest opened, and inside, something moved. Something big, something that had been waiting for 16 years. Maggie's pulse stopped, because suddenly she understood. Daniel had never left. None of them had. Not really. They had always been here, and now she would be too. The trees shuddered, the shadows reached, and Maggie finally stopped running, because there was nowhere left to go. Maggie could hear everything, the way the trees groaned as they bent inward, their trunks splitting open like wet flesh. The whispering, low and layered, crawling against her skin, beneath her skin. The sound of something shifting inside the dark, just beyond where the light could reach. And Daniel, standing before her, waiting. Behind him, the forest had peeled apart, its trees unraveling like thread, revealing the endless black beyond. A door, not made of wood, not made of stone, made of something else, something alive, and inside, something watching. Maggie's breath was shallow, her pulse hammering in her skull. She was trapped. If she ran, the trees would twist and shift, leading her right back here. If she fought, she wasn't sure there was anything to fight. Daniel took a slow step forward. His feet barely made a sound against the damp earth. His face was blank, hollow, like he was only barely himself. You don't have to be afraid, Mags. Maggie's grip on the flashlight was slick with sweat. She tried to force words out, but her throat had locked. Daniel tilted his head. You always belong to it. Her stomach twisted. No, that wasn't true. She had left this place. She had escaped. But as the thought surfaced, the whispering grew louder. A voice, thin and sharp, curling through the air. Did you? Maggie's body went cold. She took a step back. The trees shuddered. She could feel them watching, feel it watching. Something in the dark. Something with too many eyes. And Daniel was leading her to it. The deal. That's what this was. That's what it had always been. Daniel had escaped because he gave it something else. Someone else. That night, 16 years ago, when the trees had twisted, when the air had turned thick and wet, Maggie had run. She had left Daniel and Ava behind, and the thing in the trees had taken them instead. A sacrifice, a bargain, one for the other, and now it wanted balance. Maggie shook her head. No, she whispered. Daniel blinked slowly, his two dark eyes unreadable. It doesn't forget, Mags. A shadow moved behind him, a shape that wasn't a shape at all. Maggie's entire body locked. It was coming. She could feel it. The same way she had felt it all those years ago, whispering to her from the trees, pulling at the edges of the world, bending it. Maggie's breath came too fast. She wasn't supposed to be here. She had left. She had escaped, hadn't she? The thought was small, rotten, like something planted in her skull, waiting to bloom. A memory, flickering, incomplete, running, screaming. And then, a door. Not a real door. A hollow space carved into the forest, leading somewhere else, a way out or a way back in. Maggie's stomach twisted. What if she had never really left at all? What if she had been here the whole time, just waiting for the door to open again? Daniel smiled. It's time, Mags. The trees were closing in. The darkness curled toward her, reaching. The whispering coiled around her lungs, slithering through her veins. And in the black, she saw them. Daniel, Ava, others. Too many faces, too many hollowed-out eyes. All of them lost, all of them waiting. Maggie's breath came in sharp, jagged bursts. She wasn't ready. She couldn't stay. But the forest had already decided for her. The last thing she saw before the dark swallowed her. Whole was the thing in the trees, unfolding itself from the black, and it was smiling. The moment Maggie crossed the threshold, everything changed. The air thickened, the forest closing behind her like a heavy curtain drawn across the world. Her lungs felt like they were filled with tar, each breath a labor. And the shadows. Oh, the shadows. They moved. They didn't just hide in corners. They shaped themselves into something. Watching. Something waiting. Daniel's figure was no longer in front of her. It was as though he had never been there at all. The path she had followed seemed to have disappeared, replaced by an endless black void that stretched on in every direction. She was lost, but that was nothing new, was it? She had been lost long before she ever walked into this forest. Long before she had been born. It was something in her. Something in her blood, maybe. Something in the bones of her family. Something in her memories she had buried deep. Something old. Something that knew she would be back, that she had always been meant to return. Her heart hammered against her chest as she stumbled forward, the ground beneath her feet soft, like wet clay, shifting and alive. The trees around her loomed, their trunks twisted and knotted, their branches hanging low, and fingers reaching as if they could grab her, pull her deeper into the suffocating dark. A distant sound reached her ears. A song. It was soft, distant, like it came from far away, yet it felt like it was all around her, settling inside her chest. A tune she didn't recognize, but one that felt familiar. Her hands shook as she lifted the flashlight, the beam slicing through the suffocating blackness. For a moment, the light flickered, and she swore she saw faces in the trees. Their eyes wide, mouths stretched into twisted, hungry smiles, staring at her with an unholy intensity. But the faces, there was something wrong with them, too many. They were overlapping, shifting, one face melting into another. They didn't look like people at all. They looked like parts of people. Fractured pieces of a life Maggie hadn't lived, but one she could feel nonetheless. Maggie swallowed the scream rising in her throat. She couldn't stop herself from walking forward, couldn't seem to halt her legs as they carried her deeper into the nightmarish abyss of the forest. The song grew louder, its melody strange and unsettling. The more she listened, the more she recognized the words that weren't there. It was as if the trees themselves were singing, their voices woven into the air, soft but constant, echoing in her mind. Come home, Maggie. You're ours now. The ground beneath her feet was soft and wet, like the earth had been moved, disturbed. Her shoes left deep imprints in the moist ground, as though something in the dirt was reaching for her. She could feel it pulling at her ankles, tugging, urging her to stop, to sink deeper into the soft soil. But Maggie didn't stop. She couldn't. She could still hear Daniel's voice, faint, lost in the wind. But it was enough to urge her forward. You have to see it. The trees around her seemed to close in, the branches whispering to each other in a language she couldn't understand. But she understood the meaning behind them. The forest was hungry, and it was feeding. Her legs felt heavy as she walked, dragging, with the weight of something that felt like the past, like 1,000 memories, each one stretching longer than the last. The trees grew taller and wider, their bark dark and glistening like the surface of oil-soaked wood. The air was thick with the scent of decay, the earthy scent of rot. But deeper than that was the scent of something else, something familiar, Ava. Her name swirled around Maggie's thoughts, echoing like a ghost she couldn't outrun. The deeper she went, the clearer the scent became. The smell of her, of the childhood they had shared, of the days spent running through these very woods before things had gone wrong, before Maggie had chosen to leave. Ava, Maggie whispered, her voice sounding strange in the thick silence. And then, through the trees ahead of her, there she was. Ava stood in the clearing, her back to Maggie, her dark hair flowing in the wind like water. She was too still, too perfect, like an image cut from a photograph. The only thing that wasn't perfect was the silence, the oppressive silence that surrounded her. Maggie stepped forward, the air thick with the smell of decay now. It grew heavier with each breath she took. Ava. But Ava didn't turn. She didn't respond. Something was wrong. The other figures were there too, in the clearing. Shadowed shapes that faded in and out of view, their bodies a mix of human and something else. Faces stretched and deformed, as if they were melting, parts of them dripping away into the air. Their limbs were long, crooked, wrong. They were all standing motionless, eyes fixed on the ground, their forms twisting like smoke. Maggie's chest tightened, a sense of dread coiling through her. Something was coming, behind Ava. The ground shifted. A crack. It split wide open, and from the depths of the earth, something rose. The earth trembled as the thing emerged from the chasm, its form huge and dark, its shape blurry, shifting between forms. It was not one being, but many. 1,000 eyes, 1,000 mouths, all squirming, writhing, each one desperately trying to be seen. It stood above them all, towering, so massive it seemed to stretch the sky. It wasn't just one thing, it was an entire world contained within itself, twisting and writhing, impossibly tall and impossibly wrong. Maggie couldn't breathe. It was the forest, the very heart of the woods itself, alive. The entity blinked, and the entire world around Maggie shifted. She was no longer in the clearing, no longer near Ava or Daniel or any of the twisted figures. She was somewhere else, somewhere worse. A place where the trees bled black sap, where the ground was slick with rot, where the sky was not blue, but the deep, impenetrable blackness of a universe she could never escape, and it was here, watching. It was everywhere now, in her veins, in her mind, in her blood. Maggie stumbled, falling to her knees. The earth pressed against her skin, cool and damp, but it was no longer solid. It felt alive. It was shifting under her, pulling her deeper into the abyss. The thing in the dark was no longer a shape, no longer a shadow. It was a presence, a force. She could feel its eyes on her, too many eyes. You wanted to leave, Mags. The voice was everywhere. It wasn't coming from one place. It was in her bones, in her soul, in her breath. But you're here now. She opened her mouth to scream, to beg, but nothing came. The air was thick, choking her from the inside. The trees around her grew closer, their roots digging into the soil like fingers. The whispers grew louder, the song louder, the voices of those long gone echoing in her mind. And then through it all, a single voice, soft and gentle. Welcome home. The world was no longer real. Maggie's breath came in shallow, panicked bursts, the air around her tightening, compressing her lungs, choking her. The earth beneath her was shifting, alive, like it was made of soft flesh instead of dirt and roots. Everything moved, and with it, the landscape began to fold in on itself, like the very fabric of reality was being stitched together in patterns that made no sense. The thing in the forest, the one that had been watching, it was here. Inside her, in her mind, inside the fabric of the very air. She could feel it, tasting it. Something ancient, terrible, more powerful than anything she had ever known. There was no clear path now. No light, no direction. The forest was its own space, its own world, a place that existed beyond the natural order, beyond time, beyond reason. There was nothing solid to grasp, only the terrifying fluidity of the forest's ever-changing form, always pressing in, always shifting, as though it had a will of its own. And that presence. It wasn't just a watcher anymore. It was a force, a being so old, so powerful, that it was no longer bound by the rules of the world. Maggie could feel it creeping through her thoughts, wrapping around her like vines, pulling at her, reaching deeper. Its eyes, hundreds of them, were staring into her soul, seeing things she didn't want it to see. Welcome home. The voice was everywhere, inside her, all around her. Maggie's knees buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, her palms pressed against the soft, pulsing earth. The ground felt like it was breathing, alive, moving with a slow rhythm as though the earth itself had a heartbeat. It felt wrong. Her hands trembled, pressing into the cold dirt. But the earth wasn't cold. It was warm, slick, with something that felt alive, like it was pumping blood beneath the surface. Someone was inside the forest, tangled in its roots, caught within its dark heart. Maggie could feel their pain, the struggle that had stretched across centuries, the unending battle between the forest and those it had claimed, between those it had fed upon. And now, Maggie felt it too. Her own body was becoming part of it, her very essence slipping through the cracks in her mind, merging with the dark pulse of the forest's core. The whispering was louder now, louder than anything she had ever heard before. It filled her ears, her head, her heart, until there was nothing left but the noise. The endless song, its dissonance growing sharper, its rhythm growing heavier, more pressing, until it was all Maggie could hear. She could feel the fingers of the trees curling around her limbs, tightening, pulling her deeper into the shifting, living earth. She was sinking, being dragged into the very heart of the forest, into its dark center, where its power had always waited. Maggie's eyes darted around, searching, but there was nothing, no escape. There was no way out of this place. The forest was a labyrinth, an endless twisting network of branches and roots, shadows and whispers. She was trapped in a world that was not her own. And the thing, the entity, was waiting for her. She could feel it, the unrelenting presence, breathing down her neck. It wasn't just watching her now, it was in her. It was feeding on her fear, her pain, her helplessness. "We are one," the voice whispered. "You were always meant to be here." Her skin crawled, and she tried to scream, but the words wouldn't come. Her throat felt tight, as though the air had turned thick, suffocating, making every movement feel sluggish, slow, impossible. She couldn't escape. She couldn't even move. And then, a sudden crash. The sound shattered the silence. It was a horrible, jarring noise, like a tree had been split down the middle, like the earth itself had been ripped apart. Maggie's heart leaped into her throat as she forced herself to turn, to look. And there, standing in the clearing before her, was Daniel. But something was wrong. He was different. His eyes, those eyes that once held warmth, affection, were now black, dark pools of shadow. There was no light in them, no trace of the man she had once known. The darkness had consumed him, twisted him into something else. His body was too still, too rigid, like a puppet, its strings pulled too tightly. His mouth was stretched into a grin, but it wasn't his grin. It was the grin of something other. "You came back," Daniel said, his voice not his own. It was low and distorted, like something was echoing in it. "You always come back. They always come back." Maggie felt the cold rush of panic in her chest. She scrambled backward, her hands scraping against the wet earth. But the forest was moving. The branches were closing in, the trees bending toward her, and the ground was shifting beneath her, pulling her toward the center, toward the heart of the forest where it waited. She was not just lost. She was being drawn in. The forest was hungry, and she had been its prey all along. Daniel's laugh echoed, hollow and empty, and Maggie could feel the force of it crashing against her chest, crushing her will. He stepped forward, his feet making no sound against the earth, as though he was floating, his movements slow, deliberate, almost unnatural. "Maggie, you can't fight it," Daniel said, his voice an alien whisper. "None of us can fight it. We're all part of it now. All of us, together." The world seemed to blur around her. The trees, the shadows, the faces, they all twisted, merged into one. She could hear the screams of the other souls trapped here, their agony and despair bleeding through the air like a poison. The memory of their suffering pressed against her chest, a weight she could not escape. Maggie's heart raced, the song of the forest growing louder, the whispers surrounding her, suffocating her. It knew her. The forest knew everything about her. It had always known. Her vision swam. The edges of the world were dissolving, the trees warping into shapes she couldn't comprehend. And then, through it all, a figure, Ava, stepped forward. Her face was hollow, wrong. Ava's skin was pulled too tight over her bones, her eyes wide, too wide. Her mouth stretched into a grin, but it wasn't a smile. It was something darker, something more terrifying. Her fingers twitched, but they weren't her fingers anymore. They were twisted, elongated, sharp, as though they had been molded into something new by the forest itself. Maggie. Ava's voice was like a distant echo, layered with 1,000 voices. "You always knew you belonged here, all of us do. It's where we are meant to be." Maggie's pulse thrummed in her ears. She could feel the forest's grip on her tightening. She was slipping away, losing herself in the dark, in the endless hunger of this place. The forest had never been a place of shelter. It was a predator. It fed on the lost. It thrived on their fear, their sorrow, their desperate desire to escape. It had always been waiting for her, and now it was too late. The earth beneath her cracked open again, and the shadows pulled her down, deeper into the void, into the heart of the forest. The song was louder now, deafening, and there was no escaping it, no fighting it. The last thing Maggie saw before she was swallowed whole was the smiling faces of Daniel, Ava, and the others, forever trapped, forever part of the forest's endless hunger. Maggie's scream was swallowed by the dark, her voice consumed by the weight of the forest, as though the very earth was pressing down on her. She could no longer see the stars, no longer feel the crisp night air against her skin. Everything had melted into darkness, a black so absolute it seemed to stretch forever in every direction. She fell. No, she was dragged into the void. the earth opening beneath her, like the mouth of a beast that had been waiting for this moment for longer than she could comprehend. The ground was no longer earth. It was flesh, warm and alive, pulsing beneath her fingertips, as though the very land had turned sentient, its veins intertwining with the roots of the trees, all of it part of the same thing, the same singular force. The last of her breath was drawn from her lungs, her chest tightening as the world collapsed around her. The voices, so many voices, surrounded her, echoing in the darkness, their whispers blending with the rhythmic thrum of the forest's heart. They were there, with her, around her, within her, in the very marrow of her bones. You are ours now. Maggie's hands clawed at the air, her body flailing against the invisible grip that pulled her deeper. She wanted to scream again, to fight, but her throat was locked shut, her chest too tight to allow any sound. There was no breath left in her. The world around her was a blur of shadows, indistinguishable faces, and twisting, writhing limbs, all of them indistinct but connected, like some terrible hive. And then, light. Not the warm, welcoming light of day. This was something else. The light was cold, harsh, and it felt as though it was cutting through her very soul. She blinked, her eyes struggling to adjust, the shapes before her flickering and shifting like broken images. The light grew brighter, and slowly, painfully, Maggie realized where she was, the heart of the forest. It was vast, immeasurable, stretching, farther than she could comprehend. The ground beneath her was no longer soft or pulsing. It was a vast black stone that stretched infinitely in every direction. The air felt thick and static, like the very atmosphere was charged with some terrible unseen force. The trees around her weren't just trees, they were pillars, towering and twisting, their bark black and cracked, like old bones that had been bleached by time. Each one was connected by tendrils of shadow that spiraled around them, growing thick as they reached toward the sky, pulling at the very fabric of reality. The whispers came from these trees, their branches stirring and creaking like the bones of something ancient, something long forgotten. But it wasn't just the trees that filled the air. The ground was littered with bodies. They were not human, not entirely. Some were stretched in unnatural poses, their limbs twisted and broken, while others had simply melted into the stone itself. Their faces, familiar yet alien, stared blankly ahead, their eyes wide and glazed, their mouths hanging open in silent screams. Some of them had decayed, their skin rotting off their bodies, their bones exposed, but others were fresh, their forms still filled with the last remnants of life. Maggie's heart raced in her chest. She recognized them. Daniel, Ava. They were here twisted, their bodies neither fully living nor dead, caught somewhere between the two. They were trapped, bound by the forest's dark force, their forms stretched thin, their eyes empty. You'll become like them, Maggie. The voice came from everywhere, from within the forest itself, so deep, so low, that it rattled her bones. Maggie could feel it inside her skull, like something was pressing against her mind, trying to break her will. The entity was speaking to her, not in words, but in thoughts, in emotions, in urgency. She could feel it, the hunger. Maggie's knees hit the stone, and she was compelled to crawl, to move toward them, toward the end. The trees stretched down, their limbs crooked, their roots reaching for her like twisted fingers, but Maggie couldn't escape. She wasn't just a prisoner of the forest, she was bound to it. Her mind snapped back to the forest, to the pain, to the suffering. She could hear their voices now, the voices of the trapped souls. 1,000 whispers, all pleading, all begging for release. Their cries were fractured, scattered, but there was a single, consistent thread weaving them together. Come home. Maggie's chest tightened. Home. The word echoed through her skull. Home. 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 And suddenly the faces of the souls before her began to shift. They were changing, blending into one another, their features melting together until Maggie couldn't tell where one began and the other ended. She could feel the force of it, the presence of something larger than the trees, larger than the ground itself. It was everywhere. It was everything. The forest. The forest was alive. It was not just a place. It was a creature, a mind, a consciousness that fed on the lost, that pulled them into its depths. It existed not just in this place, but in every shadow, in every whispered word, in every memory that Maggie had ever suppressed. She could feel it, feel the pulse of its hunger, and she knew deep within herself that she had always known. She had always known this was where she belonged. Her legs shook as she crawled forward, the stones scraping against her palms. The whispers were louder now, more insistent, and she could feel herself growing weaker, her strength slipping away like sand through her fingers. The forest was feeding on her. She could feel the drain. And then the trees moved. They didn't just sway in the wind. They bent toward her, their limbs curling and twisting as they reached for her, as though they were grasping at her very soul. The shadows twisted around her, wrapping tight, tighter, until she couldn't breathe. The light above her pulsed again, brighter, more aggressive. Maggie's eyes stung, but she could not look away. She felt her consciousness slipping. The darkness called to her, beckoned her with promises of release, of belonging. The light, the forest, everything, it was all one, and then it spoke. "You are mine now, Maggie." The voice was not just in her ears. It was in her thoughts, in her blood, in her soul. It surged through her, invasive and all-consuming, until she was nothing but it. There was no more Maggie. There was only the forest. Her body twisted with the trees, her limbs stretched and bent into impossible angles as the forest consumed her. Her breath became ragged, her skin began to darken, her thoughts slipping away. And just as she thought she would lose herself completely, just as she thought she would be swallowed whole, a single thought remained. A memory. Ava's voice. Her. Screaming, "I told you we couldn't leave!" Maggie's body, or what was left of it, convulsed, but it was no longer her. She was no longer Maggie. She had become the forest, part of it, one with it. And as the last trace of her human self faded into the darkness, the forest whispered softly, "Home." The forest had consumed her completely. Maggie's body, her soul, her mind, was no longer her own. She was part of the earth, part of the forest, a dark and twisted thing that no longer resembled the woman who had once walked among the living. The pulse of the land, that strange oppressive beat, had become her rhythm. The world around her, the twisted trees, the endless shadows, the churning mass of roots and veins, felt as familiar to her now as her own heartbeat. Yet even amidst this, there was something more, something deeper. The forest whispered constantly, its voices interwoven with her own thoughts, its shadows curling around her consciousness, leaving her no place to hide. It spoke to her in ancient tongues, the words of those who had come before her, the countless souls who had lost their way, who had given themselves to the same hunger. The veil. It was a place beyond the physical, beyond time, beyond human comprehension. A boundary between the living world and the realm of the lost. It was a space between the two, a space where souls drifted, trapped between the earth and whatever lay beyond. Maggie could feel it, feel the shifting of the veil, a dim and fragile membrane that separated the reality she once knew from the eternal grasp of the forest. She had crossed that boundary, and in doing so had become one with the lost, those who were bound forever to this forsaken place. The forest had taken her, and now she was part of it, bound by the same hunger, the same ancient desire that twisted the very fabric of the land. But there was more. Maggie could feel the stirrings. of something beneath the surface, something that had always been there, hidden in the deepest parts of the forest. It was an ancient presence, ancient even by the standards of the forest itself, a force that predated the trees, the earth, and the souls trapped within. It whispered to her, its voice deep, as though it was not speaking to her directly, but rather to the very essence of the forest that had become her. "It is coming." The words echoed inside her mind, reverberating through her very bones, settling in the marrow of her existence. The entity, the thing that had first called to her, the one that had watched her from the very beginning, had been waiting for the moment when Maggie, no, her, would be drawn in, would surrender herself to the pull of the forest. But the veil was not just an ordinary boundary. It was a liminal space, a realm where things existed between worlds, where the rules of time and space didn't apply. The forest was the manifestation of that space, and now that Maggie had become part of it, she could see beyond the physical. She could feel the edges of the world fraying, the delicate strands of reality separating, and through that rift, she could sense something ancient, powerful, and dangerous slipping through. A tear, a rift. It wasn't just the forest that had consumed her. It was the forest bringing forth something that had been locked away for centuries, perhaps longer. Something that had always been part of the forest's hunger. The hunger that could not be satisfied by the souls it had taken, but by something far older, far more unrelenting. Maggie felt the stirring in her chest, a low hum, a vibration that seemed to pulse through her very skin, her very bones. It was a call, a summoning, like a thread pulling at her from the depths. It was a promise of power, of knowledge, of darkness. She could feel the desire growing within her, the pull to embrace it, to become it. The thing that the forest had been waiting for was coming, and now it was reaching for her. But there was something else, something still human within her, still faintly alive, still fighting against the pull. A memory, a voice, Daniel's voice. "Don't give in." The words echoed in her mind like a fleeting dream. His voice, once so familiar, now distorted and broken, but still there, faint. "Don't let it take you. Don't let it control you." Maggie's mind began to snap back, though it was like trying to awaken from a deep, dreamless sleep. The forest had become a part of her, its pulse beating in sync with her own. But there, buried beneath the dark weight of the forest's influence, was that voice, Daniel's voice. She reached out, grasping at it, pulling at it with what little strength she had left. But it was hard to hold on to. The voices of the forest surrounded her, all of them demanding attention, calling to her, urging her to submit. Their cries echoed in her ears, becoming louder, more insistent, until they were deafening. And yet Daniel's voice was still there, faint but steady, a reminder of who she was, who she had been. "Maggie, don't forget." Maggie's heart raced, her breath quickening as she fought against the growing darkness inside her. She could feel the presence of the entity, its shadow creeping across her soul, trying to consume her completely. But Daniel's voice, his words, they were a lifeline, a rope pulling her back from the edge. She refused to let go. But then something shifted. The rift between worlds, between the living world and the realm of the lost, suddenly widened. A gasp escaped her lips as the veil between them fluttered, shimmering like a piece of torn cloth. The air around her became thick, charged with an oppressive weight that made her stomach churn. And then she saw it. It wasn't just a shadow anymore. It wasn't just a presence lingering in the dark corners of her mind. It was here. The thing that had always been waiting. It emerged. The creature, no, the force, was huge, monstrous. It was a distortion of the world itself, a thing that had no clear form, no discernible features. It was as if the veil had torn itself open and released something that could not be contained by the rules of nature. It was an ancient, unnameable thing, a being older than the earth itself, older than the forest. Its presence pressed down on Maggie, a weight that threatened to crush her. It was not a physical force. It was something else entirely. Something that existed in the spaces between the living and the dead. Something that thrived on the darkness of the world. The forest had always been hunting for this, and now it had found it. "I have come for you," the voice echoed in her mind, but it wasn't the entity's voice. It wasn't the forest's voice. It was something deeper, something that had never spoken before. The voice was a crushing, ancient presence, full of dread and hunger. It reverberated through her very soul, shaking her to the core. The rift widened. Reality itself bent. And Maggie, with the last bit of her will, understood what had happened. The forest had opened the gate. It had unleashed something, and now it was coming for her. Maggie's thoughts spun, and she tried to push it away, tried to block out the entity's influence, but it was too late. The rift was wide open now, and the force that had emerged from the other side was unstoppable. It was the heart of the forest's hunger, and now it had her. Her body trembled, her mind faltered. There was no escape. The veil had torn completely, and the world was never going to be the same. The air had changed, heavier, thicker, and cold with an unnatural frost that settled in the very bones of the land. Maggie's breath came in shallow, frantic gasps as the entity's voice loomed over her, its weight pressing down on her chest like 1,000 tons of stone. The forest around her twisted, its branches reaching out as if they had become sentient, alive in the worst possible way. The rift between worlds stretched open wider, widening until Maggie could feel the earth quivering, as though the very foundation of reality was being torn apart. The trees groaned with the strain, their limbs jerking erratically, as if trying to hold on to what little of the living world remained. She could feel it. The forest's pulse had gone wild. It was no longer a part of her. It was a cage, and she was trapped inside. The creature, the thing that had emerged from the rift, was no longer a shadow. It had taken form, and yet no form could capture its full horror. It was a fluctuating mass, a shifting, writhing thing of blackened void and sickly yellow light. Its essence pulsed with an oppressive energy, as if it was made of the very fabric of the void between life and death, raw and untamed. Maggie's heart hammered in her chest as she looked up at it, her breath caught in her throat. Its presence was like a suffocating fog, wrapping around her mind, turning her thoughts into little more than whispers in the wind. The creature was older than time, older than the forest itself, and its hunger was boundless. It did not care for bodies, for souls. It fed on something deeper. It fed on existence itself. But beneath it all, amidst the overwhelming wave of darkness, Maggie felt the faintest glimmer of something, a memory, a fragment of herself, buried deep beneath. The shadows. It was faint, fragile, like a flickering candle in a storm. But it was there. Daniel's face, so vivid in her mind. His words, so clear. "Don't let it take you." The words echoed in her mind like the last breath of sanity, fighting against the suffocating grip of the darkness. They were her anchor, the only thing that stood between her and total obliteration. Maggie's hands clenched into fists, her nails digging into the ground, her body trembling. "I'm not lost. I'm not gone." But the creature, the thing that had crawled out of the void, wasn't waiting. It was already feasting on the rift it had created. Its presence was so overwhelming that the very air itself seemed to waver and distort in its wake, as though the world were bowing to its power, and it spoke. Not in words, not in any voice that could be understood by the human ear, but in thoughts, in raw feelings, in emotion. It wasn't communicating, it was commanding. All is mine. All is lost. The force of its words nearly shattered Maggie's mind. It was as though reality itself had been pulled apart by the weight of the entity's desire, like a thread unraveled, leaving nothing behind but darkness. The trees around her groaned louder, their trunks shuddering as their roots began to stir, twisting and warping, digging deep into the earth as if trying to pull themselves into the other realm, to bridge the gap between the living and the dead. Maggie could hear the crackling of ancient bark splitting, see the roots stretching and weaving, looking for her, searching for her as the forest itself seemed to break apart at the seams. But the trees weren't the worst of it. The ground beneath her began to ripple. The earth itself seemed to open, cracks running through the stone like veins through flesh, and in those cracks, Maggie could see something terrible, something dark, something that had been buried long before the forest had risen, a vast black maw. It was an abyss, a void that hungered. It stretched deep into the bowels of the world, reaching beyond the borders of existence itself, a place where time didn't exist, where reality crumbled into something unimaginable. The forest had opened, the rift wide enough now, and from the void, it was reaching out. The entity was not content to consume just the souls of the lost. No, it wanted everything. It wanted to tear down the world itself, to stretch its tendrils through the very heart of creation and rip it apart. Maggie could feel it. The presence. The thing that had been waiting for so long. The hunger that had driven the forest to lure her, to pull her into this cursed place. It was invading her, filling her, flooding her senses with thoughts that were not her own. The memories of the lost, those who had come before her, trapped here, forgotten in the dark, began to rise, whispering their stories, their regrets, their pain. Their faces, once familiar, began to shift and meld, becoming one terrible, distorted shape. The souls of the lost. Daniel's face flickered in her mind, but it was different now, warped, twisted by the force that had taken her. She was losing herself. Her mind stretched and strained, as though it were trying to pull away from the pressure of the forest's presence. But the more she tried to resist, the closer the darkness came, and the more it fed on her. The edges of her reality began to blur, the air growing thick and heavy as she was pulled deeper into the void. The forest had claimed her, but it wasn't done yet. Maggie. The voice called to her again, this time clearer, stronger. Daniel. She could hear him, though. He was far away, his voice lost in the chaos of the forest. I'm here. Maggie's body trembled violently, her mind fighting against the overwhelming tide of the entity's influence. Her hands reached out, her fingers clawing at the air, grasping at the fading threads of reality. I'm still here. She could feel it. The last part of her still alive, still fighting. It wasn't the forest anymore. It wasn't the entity. It was her, Maggie. A fragment of the woman she had once been, clinging to life, clinging to sanity. The earth beneath, her cracked wide open, and through the opening something emerged, a shape. It was a human shape, Daniel, but he was different. He was wrong. His body was twisted, malformed, as if he had been pulled from the edge of the world, his form broken and reshaped by the dark forces that governed this place. His eyes, wide and glassy, stared at her as he reached out with one outstretched hand, his voice rasped, broken by time. You have to let go, Maggie. It's already too late. But Maggie refused. She wasn't done. She wasn't lost. Not yet. She reached for him, her hand trembling. And as their fingers almost touched, she felt a force, a wave, rip through her. A last shudder of existence. And then, darkness. The darkness was an oppressive weight. It was more than just the absence of light. It was the absence of everything. Time ceased to exist. Space was irrelevant. Nothing mattered. Nothing moved, except the faint, agonizing pressure in her chest. A reminder that she was still here, still fighting, still alive. But for how long? Maggie could no longer feel the ground beneath her. The world had become an endless expanse of blackness, a swirling void of nothing. The wind had stopped. The trees had stopped groaning. The forest, the entity, the very air, they were gone. Or perhaps they had always been an illusion, a fading memory that was now slipping away, as if it had never truly existed. She was alone, except for Daniel. His twisted figure still stood in front of her, his hand stretching toward her in a slow, unyielding motion, his eyes glassy and wide. His face was a mask of pain, contorted by the force of whatever had taken him, whatever had turned him into a shadow of the man he had once been. "You have to let go, Maggie." The words echoed around. Her, not just in her ears, but in the very fabric of her being. His voice, once filled with warmth, now carried an unmistakable hollowness. There was no emotion in it anymore, only truth. The truth that Maggie had been avoiding for so long. The truth that the forest had been feeding on. The truth that this was the end. She couldn't let go. Not yet. Maggie's body trembled, but it wasn't fear. It was a deep, gut-wrenching resolve. There was a choice she had to make. A final act of will, of defiance, of sacrifice. She wasn't going to let this be the end, not like this. But her heart was heavy, as if it were filled with stones. It had been broken 1,000 times over by the weight of everything. That had happened. The loss, the pain, the betrayals, the way the forest had pulled at her, shredded her, twisted her into something unrecognizable. Yet through all of it, she had kept moving forward. She had kept her heart beating. Now it was time to stop running. Maggie closed her eyes, feeling the weight of her breath, deep, measured, controlled. She could still feel Daniel's hand, his cold, outstretched fingers. His voice echoed louder, more insistent. "Let go. You can't fight this. You were always going to lose." She wanted to scream at him, to tear her mind away from the twisted shadow that had once been the love of her life. She wanted to shout, fight. But something inside her knew. She couldn't. She couldn't fight the truth any longer. She had to surrender, but not to the forest, not to the thing that had twisted the land. Maggie's heart thudded, and she felt the pull inside her, the thrum of the forest, the pulse of the veil, a place between worlds. She could feel the rift still there, still stretching in the darkness, though it had become a mere thread, a shimmering line between life and death. Her mind flashed with memories, the sound of Daniel's voice, soft and comforting, in the quiet of the night. The soft, warm sunlight filtering through the leaves, the laughter of children in the distance, her mother's gentle smile. All the things she had once held dear, all the things that made life worth living, all of it felt so far away now, but through the emptiness, there was still something, a pull, a faint memory. The forest had changed. It was not the same place it had once been. The hunger had always been there, lurking beneath the surface, but it had fed and grown, swollen with all that it had taken from the lost souls, the abandoned and the broken. The forest was now something else, something darker, and its hunger was something Maggie would never fully understand. But she knew one thing with all her heart. If she didn't act, everything would be lost. The rift, the veil, the forest, they were all connected. If she could shatter the veil, break the connection between the living world and this shadow realm, then the creature, the entity, would lose its power. The forest would cease to be the predator, and instead it would return to its natural state. The earth would heal. But to do that, Maggie had to sacrifice. To sever the bond, she would have to surrender herself fully, completely. There would be no going back. Daniel's face, distorted and empty, stared at her, his eyes unblinking, his mouth unmoving. "You can't win." Maggie's lips parted. She didn't speak. She couldn't. But the words in her mind were clear. "I'm not trying to win." The rift pulsed with energy. It was time. The final moment. Maggie closed her eyes, taking in a deep, steadying breath. She reached inside herself, her consciousness stretching, pulling, until she felt the edges of the veil, the strands of reality, the fibers of existence itself. She had always known that this moment would come. The moment where she would be asked to give up everything, to forsake everything she had ever known. Her hands lifted, trembling but determined. She could feel it, the connection, the pull of the veil, the force of the entity that had woven itself into the fabric of her soul. She could feel the darkness pulling at her heart, the forest, the entity. They were watching, waiting. But Maggie wasn't waiting anymore. She didn't have the luxury of time. She had to act, to sever the bond, to end the curse. The veil unraveled. Her chest exploded with pain, but she didn't scream. The rift began to tear open, fraying the very seams of existence. The forest shook violently as the world around her began to collapse, the edges of reality cracking and splitting apart. Time slowed, distorted, as if the universe itself was holding its breath. The creature screeched, a sound unlike anything Maggie had ever heard. It was the sound of existence being torn asunder. The entity fought against her, but it was too late. The bond between the worlds had been severed. The veil was destroyed. And in the moments that followed, Maggie felt something shift inside her. A release. The darkness, the crushing weight of the forest, the presence of the entity, they all seemed to disappear in a single, breathless instant. Then there was nothing. Silence. Peace. The final vestiges of the forest faded into the blackness, leaving Maggie standing alone in the void. Her body, her soul, she didn't know where she was anymore, or if she was even still alive. She didn't care. All she cared about was the stillness, the calm that had descended after the chaos. But as she stood there, suspended between life and death, she felt a flicker of warmth, a gentle brush of wind, the wind from the forest, the whisper of leaves. For a moment, Maggie thought she heard a soft laughter in the distance. It was the forest. It had survived. It was not dead, but the veil was gone. The hunger had been stopped, and Maggie had found her freedom. The silence wrapped around her, and in that silence she knew she was no longer part of the forest, no longer part of the lost. She had found peace. You're deep into the story now, and the horrors are only escalating. If you're still with us, don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell us where you're listening from in the comments. Who else is staying up late to face this nightmare? Settle in. The terror continues. Story 2. The night shift at Holloway Care Facility was supposed to be quiet. Just the occasional call light, a restless patient, the hum of old radiators pushing warmth through the long, dim corridors. Olivia had taken the job for the solitude. After everything that had happened after the funeral, she wasn't ready for people. Just long, empty hours where she could disappear into routine. The other aides had warned her about the 3rd floor. Strange things happen up there, they'd said, voices hushed, glancing at one another as if afraid to say too much. You'll see. Olivia had laughed it off. Old buildings creaked. Patients muttered in their sleep. People loved to scare themselves with stories. But now, as she sat at the nurse's station, flipping through a patient chart, she heard it. Soft, rhythmic tapping. It was coming from the end of the hallway, where the lights flickered just enough to make the shadows seem alive. Patient? A night wanderer? She pushed herself up, adjusting her badge. The hall smelled of antiseptic and something older, a stale dampness beneath the usual hospital scent. She walked past room after room, each door closed, the nameplates dull with age. The tapping continued, steady, insistent. When she reached the last door, she hesitated. Room 316. She checked the chart in her hand, vacant, a long breath. She turned the handle and pushed the door open. Inside, darkness pressed thick against the walls. The bed was neatly made, the windows shut, the air still. No sign of movement. And yet, she could still hear it. The tapping. Not from inside the room, from behind the closet door. A cold weight settled in her stomach. Her fingers hovered over the handle, pulse quickening. Then the overhead lights flickered, the fluorescent bulbs stuttering in a rapid, frantic pattern. And just for a second, before the room went dark, she saw the closet door shift, just an inch, just enough to see the shadowed gap between the wood and the frame, just enough to see the fingers, pale and thin, curling around the edge. Then, silence. The tapping had stopped. Olivia stumbled back from the doorway, her breath sharp and ragged in her throat. The silence in room 316 was thick, pressing, like the air itself had been sucked from the space. The closet door remained slightly ajar, that thin sliver of darkness, gaping toward her. Had she really seen fingers? Her rational mind fought against what she had just witnessed. Maybe it was a trick of the flickering light, the tired haze of working nights playing games with her perception. Maybe a creak, not from the floor beneath her, not from the hallway behind her, from inside the closet. Her hand trembled as she reached for the light switch. The fluorescent bulb above flickered once weakly, then gave a low buzz as it steadied, filling the room with a harsh, sterile glow. The closet door stood as it had before, slightly ajar, just barely open. The space between the wood and the frame was impossibly dark, a void swallowing the light. Just shut the door. Just go. But something inside her demanded certainty. If she left without looking, she'd spend the rest of the shift hearing that tapping in her head, feeling that sliver of darkness creeping at her back. With a deep breath, Olivia reached forward and yanked the closet door open. The small space was empty. No shelves, no old linens, no forgotten medical supplies, just a plain, hollow closet. The walls were covered in peeling beige wallpaper, curling at the edges like dried skin. At the bottom, an old stain spread outward, dark and uneven, soaked deep into the wood. She swallowed. No hands, no shadowy figure lurking inside. Just nothing. The tapping must have come from somewhere else. Still, something about the closet felt wrong. Not just abandoned, but abandoned for a reason. Her skin prickled as she backed away, hand reaching for the doorknob. That was when she noticed the smell. It wasn't the usual mix of antiseptic and stale hospital air. It was something deeper, something old, wet earth, the faint metallic tang of rust, the kind of smell that clung to forgotten places, to things buried and left to rot. Her stomach twisted. With one last glance at the empty space, she shut the door firmly and turned the lock. As soon as the latch clicked, the lights overhead sputtered again, then cut out completely. Darkness swallowed the room, and in that darkness, just before the emergency backup lights flickered to life, a whisper, low, close, right against her ear, "Don't close the door." Olivia's scream caught in her throat as she spun, stumbling out into the hallway. The emergency lights flickered dimly, casting deep, stretching shadows along the floor and walls. Her heart pounded as she pressed her back against the opposite wall, staring at the closed closet door. It hadn't moved. Nothing had changed, except the smell. It was stronger now, seeping from beneath the door like a warning. A slow chill crept up her spine, She wasn't alone in that room. She had never been alone in that room. The realization sent her running. She fled down the corridor, past the empty nurses' station, past the darkened patient rooms, past the dim red glow of the emergency exit sign. It wasn't until she reached the break room that she finally stopped, bracing herself against the counter, gasping for breath. The room was quiet. The hum of the old refrigerator was the only sound. She pressed a trembling hand to her forehead. What the hell had just happened? The whisper, she hadn't imagined that. It had been real, too real. And that closet, there was something inside it, something that didn't want the door closed. She shuddered, reaching for the coffee pot, desperate for anything to steady herself. The heat from the mug warmed her shaking fingers, grounding her. She needed to tell someone. But who? The other aides had warned her about the third floor. Had they experienced the same thing? Did they know what was inside that closet? A memory surfaced. A vacant room. No patient had been assigned to room 316. If that was true, then why had she heard tapping? Why had she heard a voice? Her grip tightened around the coffee mug. She needed answers, and the only way to get them was to find out what had happened in that room. Whatever it was, she was certain of one thing. It wasn't over. The break room clock ticked sluggishly, its hands frozen at 3:13 a.m., though Olivia swore it had been the same time 15 minutes ago. The air was thick, heavy, and the coffee in her cup had gone cold long before she took her first sip. She needed to do something, anything. Her fingers hovered over the facility's computer keyboard at the nurse's station. A nagging unease settled in her gut, but she forced herself to type. Room 316, at first, nothing unusual appeared. Just routine maintenance logs, bed transfers, a long list of patients who had come and gone over the years. But as she scrolled further, a chill ran through her, a name repeated over and over in the patient history. Eleanor Reed. The first admission was dated November 3rd, 1967, the last recorded entry. November 3rd, 1987. Exactly 20 years later. But something was wrong. Patients were never kept in long-term care for 2 full decades, not without extensive notes, transfer requests, medical updates. Yet Eleanor Reed's file ended abruptly, as if someone had just stopped documenting her existence. Olivia's pulse quickened. She searched deeper, opening archived records buried under layers of old, poorly scanned paperwork. Most of the files were unreadable, faded by time, but then she found something. A faded incident report. Her eyes locked onto the words, her breath hitching. Patient number 316 was found unresponsive in her room. Circumstances unknown, no signs of forced. Entry, severe contusions on fingertips, cause of death undetermined. Contusions on her fingertips. Tapping. Olivia's stomach clenched. A movement flickered in the reflection of the dark computer screen. She whipped around. The hallway was empty. She let out a shaky breath, but the air around her felt wrong, thick, and humming with an invisible presence. The emergency light still flickered weakly, casting long, shifting shadows across the floor. She wasn't supposed to be digging this up. She knew that now. But she couldn't stop. Something had happened. In room 316, something that had been buried for decades. And somehow, Eleanor Reed was still here. The question was, why? The archives were stored in a locked office near the basement. It wasn't technically off limits, but she knew staff rarely went down there at night. Olivia hesitated at the top of the stairs. The lower floors always carried an unnatural chill, as if the heat from the upper levels never quite reached them. The smell of damp concrete and something stale lingered in the air. She descended slowly, gripping the railing tightly, every creak of the steps echoing through the narrow stairwell. The light above flickered as she reached the bottom, humming softly like a dying breath. The archive room door was slightly ajar. She stepped inside. Rows of filing cabinets stretched along the walls. Their metal frames rusted, their labels yellowed, with age. Dust coated everything. It smelled like forgotten time. She ran her fingers along the labels, searching. Read, Eleanor. The drawer resisted at first, as if it hadn't been opened in years. With a sharp tug, it slid open, revealing a single thin folder. She pulled it out and flipped it open. Inside, a single photograph was tucked beneath brittle pages of notes. A black and white image of a woman, thin, hollow-eyed, standing in the corner of a small, sterile room. Her hair hung in limp strands over her face. Her arms were pressed tightly against her sides, and her fingertips, dark stains, bruised, as if she had been tapping at something for years. Olivia's breath came, faster. She turned the photo over, a handwritten note scrawled in red ink. She won't stop knocking. She says it's not her inside. The words blurred as Olivia's vision swayed. A sudden sharp noise. Tap, tap, tap. Her head snapped up. The closet door across the archive room was open. No, not open. Opening, inch by inch. A shape shifted in the darkness behind it. Then, the lights died. Total blackness. And then, right against her ear, a breath and a whisper. Don't close the door. The whisper was close. Too close. Olivia felt the warmth of breath against her skin, the weight of a presence pressing against the air around her. But the room was completely dark. The shadows swallowed everything, erasing walls, floors, even the door she knew she had entered through. She tried to move, but something was there, something unseen, standing inches from her, watching. She couldn't breathe. A soft tap, tap, tap echoed through the darkness. It wasn't coming from the closet anymore. It was coming from beneath her feet. The floor was cold through her thin sneakers, and for the first time, she noticed how uneven the ground felt beneath her. It wasn't solid concrete. It was wood. Rotting. Weak. She swallowed hard, her pulse slamming in her ears. She needed to move now, but her body wouldn't listen. Then, a single, cold hand closed around her wrist, fingers too thin, skin too soft, like someone who had been rotting underground for decades. Olivia screamed. Her legs kicked back, stumbling, tearing herself away from the unseen grip. Her shoulder slammed into the filing cabinet, sending a loud bang reverberating through the empty archive room. The moment her body hit metal, the light snapped back on. The room was empty. The closet door stood slightly ajar, just as it had been before. The filing cabinets lined the walls, untouched. The smell of damp concrete and dust clung to the air, thick and suffocating. But the floor, the wooden floor beneath her, was wrong. Olivia knelt down, running her fingers along the grain, the edges where the planks met. The rest of the archive room had a cement floor, but this spot, just this one small section, had been covered with wooden boards. Boards that had been nailed down. A memory surfaced. The photograph. Eleanor Reed, staring blankly from her room, bruised fingers pressed to her sides. She won't stop knocking. What if she hadn't been knocking on the walls? What if she had been knocking on the floor? Olivia's stomach twisted. There was something under here, and she wasn't leaving until she found out what. The maintenance room was down the hall. Olivia moved quickly, keeping her breath even, trying to ignore the sensation of eyes pressing against her back. She found a crowbar hanging on the wall, rusted but sturdy. Her hands trembled as she gripped it and made her way back to the archive room. The lights flickered. The air felt different, heavier, charged, like the moments before a thunderstorm. But she couldn't stop now. She jammed the crowbar beneath the first plank and pushed. The nails groaned as the wood splintered, resisting. Dust kicked up into the air, thick and choking, carrying a smell that didn't belong. Decay. Something old. Something dead. The plank tore free, exposing darkness beneath. A gap, Not just a hole, a crawl space. She hesitated, nausea crawling up her throat. Then, a hand shot up from the darkness, pale, thin, fingers curled like a dead thing reaching for salvation. Olivia screamed, stumbling back, the crowbar clattering to the floor. The hand twitched, moved, but it wasn't alive. It was preserved. Skeletal remnant wrapped in tattered, rotting cloth. The last remains of someone who had been buried beneath the archive room floor. Her mind reeled. This wasn't just a haunting. This wasn't just some spirit lingering in the hospital's empty halls. This was a body hidden, a body never meant to be found. The realization settled cold and sharp in her bones. Someone had put her there, and someone had wanted her to stay. The walls around her seemed to breathe. The lights flickered violently, shadows stretching unnaturally. Then, from the darkness of the crawl space, a whisper, a voice not human anymore, "Let me out." And the hand moved again. Olivia couldn't move. The hand lay motionless on the wooden planks, its brittle fingers curled against the edge of the opening. A dead thing, yet she had seen it move. The whisper still echoed in her ears. "Let me out." She swallowed hard, forcing herself to look away from the skeletal remains, from the black hole beneath the floor. Her breath came in shallow, uneven gasps as she stumbled backward. Then, a dragging sound from within the crawl space. Slow, scraping, something shifting in the darkness below. Her pulse hammered against her ribs. There was more than just a body. Beneath the archive room floor, there was something else. She had to get out. Now. But as she turned, the door slammed shut. The lights died again, and in the suffocating blackness, she felt it. A presence, rising from beneath the floor, coming for... She didn't remember running, didn't remember clawing at the door, fumbling in the dark, her breath jagged and uneven as panic overtook her. She only remembered the feeling that something had followed her. Even now, as she pressed herself against the wall in the break room, her hands shaking too hard to hold her coffee, the sensation lingered. She wasn't alone. She would never be alone again. The break room clock read 4:07 a.m., less than an hour left in her shift. She needed to keep it together. She needed answers. Who had buried Eleanor Reed beneath the floor? And why had the hospital covered it up? The next night she returned early. The moment she stepped into the third-floor hallway, the air felt different. Heavier. Waiting. She avoided room 316, avoided the archive room. Instead, she made her way to the hospital's original patient records. If Eleanor Reed had been here for 20 years, there had to be something about her past, a reason why her body had been locked away like a forgotten nightmare. It took nearly an hour before she found what she was looking for. Eleanor Reed, admitted November 3rd, 1967. Diagnosis: unresponsive episodes. Frequent sleepwalking, claims of hearing voices, requests for isolation. Olivia's stomach twisted as she read the next lines. Patient insists she is not alone in her room, speaks to someone unseen, reports that they live beneath the floor. A sharp chill ran through her. Beneath the floor, the same place she had found Eleanor's body. But there was more. A psychiatrist's note, dated November 2nd, 1987, the day before Eleanor's last recorded entry. Patient refuses to sleep, states that it is trying to take her, reports knocking sounds at night, claims she has seen the face in the closet. Staff believes paranoia is worsening, considering sedation. The face in the closet, Olivia's. Vision swayed. The memory of room 316's closet door shifting open came rushing back, along with the whisper that had slid against her ear. Don't close the door. The answer struck her like a blow to the chest. Eleanor wasn't alone in room 316. There had been something else with her, something worse, something that had been waiting all these years. Olivia's hands clenched into fists. She had uncovered the truth. But she had also woken something up, And now, it wasn't going to let her go. The hospital was quiet in the early hours before dawn, but Olivia no longer trusted the silence. It felt too thick, pressing against her ears, muting even the hum of the fluorescent lights. Every shadow seemed deeper, every doorway a potential, mouth ready to swallow her whole. The file trembled in her hands as she reread the words that had sent an ice-cold terror through her veins. Patient refuses to sleep. States that it is trying to take her. Reports knocking sounds at night. Claims she has seen the face in the closet. Staff believes paranoia is worsening, considering sedation. Eleanor Reed had been terrified of something. Something. In her room. Something in the closet. And when no one believed her, when they ignored her pleas, she had disappeared. No death certificate. No transfer. Just gone. And now, decades later, Olivia had found her body. Had Eleanor been locked away to hide the truth? Or had the hospital tried to bury something else with her? Something that shouldn't have been let out. A slow, suffocating dread settled in Olivia's chest as she reached the end of the report, because she finally understood Eleanor hadn't been crazy. And now, it was happening again. A sharp, rhythmic tap, tap, tap shattered the silence. Olivia froze. It was coming from the hallway. No, from room 316. Her pulse pounded against her ribs as she forced herself to move, her feet like dead weight beneath her. The corridor stretched endlessly before her, the emergency lights casting deep, unnatural shadows along the walls. She stopped in front of the door. The handle was ice-cold beneath her fingers. She pushed it open. The room looked exactly the same. Neatly made bed. Dusty windows. The faintest scent of antiseptic lingering in the air, and the closet door, slightly ajar, the same way she had left it that first night. A shallow breath shuddered past her lips. The tapping had stopped, but the room felt occupied, though air was thick, humid, as if something unseen had been breathing there for hours, waiting for her to return. She stepped forward, her shoes scuffing against the cold tile. The room smelled wrong, not like bleach and aging walls, but something deeper, heavier. Earth, damp wood, old rot. The closet door remained still, waiting, daring her. She reached out, her fingers curled around the edge of the door. And then, something. Knocked from inside, once, twice, 3 times. Olivia's breath left her in a ragged gasp. She yanked her hand back, heart hammering against her ribs. Silence, no movement, no breath, just the waiting darkness behind that door. Her mind screamed at her to leave, to run, to forget about Eleanor Reed and whatever nightmare she had been trapped with. But deep down, she knew. This wasn't just about Eleanor. This was about her now. Something had attached itself to her the moment she heard the first knock, and it wasn't going to stop. Ever. Her trembling hand reached for the handle. With a shallow breath, she pulled the door open. The closet was wrong. Not just empty. Wrong. It, though, wasn't just darkness inside, it was deeper than that. A void, stretching far beyond the dimensions of the small space, like an open mouth leading into a place that shouldn't exist. The air changed the moment she opened it, thick with a wet, decayed stench. The smell of something old. Something dead. Her flashlight flickered. For a moment, the beam refused to penetrate the darkness, and then it moved. Something shifted inside the closet, slowly. The shape was barely there, just a suggestion of motion in the void. A long, thin arm unfolded from the shadows. The skin was stretched too tight, mottled with the color of something that had been buried and forgotten. The fingers were longer than they should be, tipped with nails that curled like claws. It reached for her. Olivia stumbled back, slamming against the opposite wall. Her flashlight died. Total darkness swallowed the room. The air pressed in, suffocating, thick as water, dragging at her limbs. And then she heard it, a whisper, a voice that wasn't quite human, a voice that sounded like many voices speaking at once. "You let me out." The closet door slammed shut, and the last thing Olivia saw before the lights flickered back on was the imprint of a handprint burned into the inside of the door. The handprint was still there, a perfect blackened mark, burned into the wood of the closet door. Long fingers stretched unnaturally, fingertips tapering into sharp points. The imprint pulsed, as if it was still fresh, as if it had just been pressed there by something that shouldn't exist. Olivia couldn't breathe. The air inside room 316 was thick, heavy, and wrong, filled with the scent of damp rot, something old and buried. Her heartbeat pounded in her skull as she backed away, hands trembling, legs weak beneath her. This was no longer just a haunting. Something had been trapped inside that closet, and now she had let it out. A sharp knocking shattered the silence. Not from the closet, not from the walls, from inside her own head, a slow, rhythmic tap, 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 vibrating through her skull like a second heartbeat. She gasped, pressing her palms against her temples, squeezing her eyes shut. But the sound wouldn't stop. It was coming from within, rattling through her mind, whispering just beneath the surface and beneath the knocking. A voice, low, twisted, something not human. "You opened the door. Now it walks with you." Her breath caught. The room felt different now. The air was no longer heavy, no longer thick with the presence that had lurked there for decades, because it wasn't in the room anymore. It had followed her. She didn't remember running, didn't remember bursting out of room 316, nearly tripping over herself as she tore down the corridor, breath ragged, heart slamming in her chest. She only remembered the feeling that the thing from the closet, the thing she had freed, was no longer confined to a single room. It was with her now. The hospital felt wrong as she moved through it. The halls were too empty. The lights flickered too much, and the shadows, they moved. Not like the simple tricks of dim lighting. Not like an overactive imagination. These shifted, longer than they should be, stretching along the floor, warping against the walls, bending into shapes that should not exist. Watching, waiting. She reached the nurse's station and slammed her hands onto the desk, forcing herself to breathe. She needed to think, needed to figure out what the hell she had just unleashed. Her hands shook as she flipped through Eleanor Reed's files again, scanning. Every note, every cryptic warning. She won't stop knocking. She says it's not her inside. That last note sent a sharp, cold realization down her spine. Eleanor hadn't been the one haunting room 316. Eleanor had been the prison. The thing in the closet had been inside of her, and when Eleanor was buried beneath the archive room, it had been trapped with her, until now. Until Olivia had let it out. The break room was small, dimly lit and too quiet. The old vending machine hummed softly in the corner, but the usual hospital noises, the beeping of distant monitors, the occasional shuffle of night staff, had vanished. Olivia sat at the table, hands curled around a coffee mug she wasn't drinking from. She could still hear it, the tapping in the back of her mind, soft, rhythmic, like something knocking on the inside of a door that no longer existed. She squeezed her eyes shut. "You opened the door. Now it walks with you." What did that mean? Her stomach twisted. What if the door hadn't been the closet? What if the door had been her? A slow chill crawled up her spine. It was inside of her now. The tapping in her skull grew louder, faster. She gritted her teeth, pressing her palms into her temples, willing it to stop. And then a whisper, not in her head this time, right behind her. "Let me in." Her breath caught. She turned her head slowly and saw her own reflection in the vending machine glass. Except It wasn't her. The thing in the reflection had Olivia's face, Olivia's uniform, Olivia's slumped shoulders. But its eyes were wrong. Black, too black, and its mouth. It was smiling, wide, stretched too far, a grin that didn't belong on a human face. Her blood went cold. The vending machine light flickered, and when it came back on, the reflection was gone. But the whisper in her head remained. You opened the door, now you are the door. And somewhere, down the empty hall, a shadow moved, coming closer, coming for her. The break room was suffocating. Olivia's breath came in sharp, shallow bursts, her fingers clenched so tightly around the coffee mug that they ached. The reflection was gone, but she could still feel it. It was like an imprint burned behind her. Eyes, her own face staring back at her, warped into something else. The black, endless eyes, the twisted, hungry smile. It had been in the glass, watching, waiting. She forced herself to move, to breathe. She needed to get out of the break room. The eye. Walls felt too close now, pressing inward, bending toward her like something alive. The humming of the vending machine had shifted, low and droning, almost like a whisper beneath the sound. She turned sharply toward the door and froze. The glass surface of the vending machine had fogged over. Not just a light mist, full condensation, as if someone had been standing too close, breathing against it. A single word was written there, long, uneven letters. A message, let me in. Olivia's breath hitched, the lights flickered, and in the reflection, for just a second, she saw something standing right behind her. She ran, out of the break room, down the corridor. Her heart hammered so violently that she thought it might burst. Something was following her. She could feel it. Its presence was like a breath against her neck, a shadow curling at her heels. The knocking in her skull was growing louder, more insistent. The rhythm had changed. It wasn't slow anymore. It was frantic, desperate, trying to break through, trying to get in. She stumbled into the nurse's station, bracing herself against the desk, sucking in deep, ragged breaths. The room was empty, save for the glow of the computer monitor. She had to think. She had to figure out what was happening to her, because this thing, whatever it was, wasn't just haunting her anymore. It was inside of her. The hospital records were still open on the screen. Eleanor Reed's file. Olivia scrolled down, hands shaking. November 3rd, 1987. Final entry. Patient remains unresponsive. Appears catatonic. Subject does not react to external stimuli, does not blink for extended periods. When spoken to, subject only repeats the phrase, "It's inside me now." Olivia's chest tightened. She scrolled further. Then she found it. A staff memo dated the next day. Eleanor Reed's condition has deteriorated. She was found standing in front of her closet door, unmoving, for over 4 hours. When a nurse attempted to guide her back to bed, Eleanor attacked her, screaming, "It's not me, it's not me." Shortly after, Eleanor was declared missing. Security footage from that night is blank. No signs of forced exit. Patients' belongings were found untouched, and the closet door in room 316 was locked from the inside. It remains unclear how she vanished. Olivia swallowed hard. She hadn't vanished. She had been put somewhere. She had been buried. And now it was happening again. The knocking in her skull was a constant, brutal rhythm now, shaking through her bones. She squeezed her eyes shut, gripping, her head gasping through clenched teeth. "Stop! Please stop!" A whisper curled against her ear, soft, mocking. "Let me in." Her own voice, but it wasn't her. Her body jerked involuntarily, head snapping back. A violent, unnatural twitch rolled through her limbs, pulling at her fingers, her arms, her mouth, like something was inside her, testing her movements. "Let me in." She felt herself smile, but she wasn't smiling. She wasn't in control anymore. Her own body wasn't hers, not anymore. The smile on Olivia's face was not hers. She could feel it, stretching her lips too far, curling against her will. Her reflection in the dark screen of the nurse's station monitor grinned back at her, too wide, too unnatural. The knocking in her skull had become a hammering, a relentless, frantic pounding that rattled through her bones, threatening to break her open. Something was inside of her, something that didn't belong. "Let me in." The voice was hers, but it came from behind her. She spun around. The hallway was empty, but the shadows had grown deeper, thicker. The fluorescent lights above flickered violently, buzzing like dying insects. Then, a noise, a sharp, wet scraping. Sound like nails dragging across glass. Slow, deliberate. Her breath caught in her throat. The monitor screen. There, right where her reflection had been. Faint. Deep scratches now etched into the glass. 4 long, jagged lines like claw marks. Olivia's body went cold. Her fingertips ached. She looked down. Her own nails were ragged, broken, and bleeding. Had she? No. No, it wasn't her. It was inside her. It was trying to take control. She had to fight it. She had to. The scraping sound returned, but this time it was coming from inside her own head. The emergency exit was ahead. She could run, she could leave, she just had to make it to the door. Her legs felt stiff. Her body not quite hers anymore, but she forced herself forward, step by step, ignoring the screaming protest of her muscles. The hallway stretched endlessly before her, the walls breathing, the shadows bending and twisting as she moved. The exit sign glowed red, almost there. Then, the lights cut out completely, and she heard the voice, whispering inside her own head. "You can't leave. You are the door now." A cold, thin hand wrapped around her wrist, not from behind her, not from the darkness, from herself. Her own hand, gripping her wrist too tightly, squeezing, holding her back, her own body refusing to let her go. Her own fingers pressing into her skin, deep enough to bruise. She couldn't move. She couldn't breathe. Her limbs locked, frozen, as the darkness pressed in around her. She was trapped, and the whisper inside her head turned to laughter. Soft. Mocking. Something else was in control now, and Olivia was fading. Olivia's limbs were heavy. Her body felt like stone, cold, stiff, and anchored to the floor. Every breath was shallow, every heartbeat too slow, as though her very existence was slipping away, dissolving into the shadows that crawled along. The walls. The hospital around her was a blur, the edges of reality fraying like worn fabric. She could barely focus. She could barely move. But she could hear it. The whisper. It was back. Louder this time, drowning everything else. "You can't escape me. You opened the door, and now you're mine." The voice, her voice, drifted through her skull like an echo from a forgotten dream. But it was twisted now, a mockery of what it had been. It was no longer her voice, but something else, something dark and hungry. The thing inside her was speaking in her name. It had her, and she knew it. She could feel it in the air, heavy with expectation, the pulse of something ancient and foul just beneath her skin. Her fingers twitched almost involuntarily, but her limbs still refused to obey. They were bound, trapped in a motionless dance of torment, a twisted riddle of flesh and bone that no longer responded to her will. Somewhere in the depths of her mind, the knocking started again. It was frantic now, frantic and demanding. It wanted out. It wanted to be free. "You opened the door. Now it's time to come in." Olivia's eyes darted around the hallway. She saw the shadows, too thick, too alive, moving closer. The walls felt like they were breathing, pulsating with something invisible, something waiting. Her own shadow was no longer hers. It twisted and shifted on the floor, a dark reflection of her own body, stretching unnaturally long. The shape was wrong, the angles all askew, as if the light itself could not touch it properly. It moved toward her faster than her body could keep up, creeping forward, bending at angles that no human shadow should. It wasn't just the shadow, it was her. Olivia closed her eyes, trying to shut it out, but the images, the sensations, were too vivid, too intense. Her body jerked, convulsed in unnatural spasms, as if something inside her was forcing her to watch. Her hands were shaking violently now, fingers curling into fists that didn't belong to her, nails pressing into her, palms drawing blood. The thing inside of her wanted to take more. More of her. But Olivia had to resist. She had to fight. "Please," she whispered, her voice breaking in the dark, raw with desperation. "Please let me go." She had no idea who she was asking, who could answer. There was no one left. The hospital was silent. The empty halls stretching on endlessly, as though it had all been consumed by the darkness. She couldn't hear anyone anymore. No distant footsteps, no voices, no signs of life, and the closet door, she realized, was ahead of her. It was always ahead of her. No matter how far she ran, no matter where she turned, there it was, the door. The thing had followed her here. The knocking had started from the closet in room 316, but now it was inside of her. It was in everything. Olivia's breath hitched as she saw the door looming at the end of the hallway. It stood open, just slightly ajar, inviting her in. But this time she knew. This time she could feel it. She had no choice. She had to go inside. Her feet moved. She didn't command them to, but they moved. Step after step, closer to that door. Her fingers trembled as they brushed against the cold, rusted handle. The air around her grew stale. The temperature plummeted. And there, in the doorway, a shadow, a figure. It was her again, but not her. The smile was still there. The twisted grin. That wasn't hers, her own eyes, but darker, too dark, staring back at her. "You opened the door," it whispered, its voice soft, cruel. "Now you are the door." The air pressed down on her, thick and suffocating. She could feel the weight of something else inside her now, something powerful, ancient and hungry. She could feel its breath against her mind, feel it clawing at the edges of her thoughts, trying to rip her apart. Olivia's chest heaved as she tried to step back, but her body wouldn't respond. She couldn't fight it anymore. It was in her. The thing inside her had broken free. She wasn't fighting for survival anymore. She was fighting for something else, something deeper. The door, still standing ajar, beckoned. Its blackness pulled at her, a void that wanted her to step inside. She felt its pull, and with that pull came a whisper. "You belong here now. This is your place." Her mind screamed, but there was no escaping it. As the door closed behind her, Olivia felt the final piece of herself slip away. The room was cold, suffocating, dark. She could feel the presence of something ancient. The knocking that had followed. No, it was no longer a knock. It was the sound of something entering. The last thing Olivia felt was the icy grip of hands, cold and merciless, wrapping around her throat. The thing inside her laughed, a low, terrible sound that echoed through the dark. "Welcome home." And then there was nothing but the darkness. The door closed, and the knocking stopped. The darkness was all-encompassing. It pressed against Olivia from every direction, suffocating her in its cold, unyielding grip. She couldn't see, couldn't feel. Just a hollow weight, a crushing absence, where once there had been life. But she could hear. The knocking had stopped, but there were whispers. Soft, lingering. Not from her. Not from any living soul she had known. They were voices, foreign voices, drawn from the deep, dark chasm that now seemed to define her existence. They were like the echoes of things that never should have been spoken, words from a time long past, whispered into the cold void that surrounded her. "You opened the door," one voice murmured. "Now you are the door." The words curled around her mind, pressing into her skull, carving themselves into her thoughts. The sensation was unbearable, a constant, gnawing pressure that made her head swim with dizziness, the edges of reality beginning to dissolve. Was she still in the hospital? Was she still alive? She had to be. But the darkness sounded alive. And the cold. Oh, the cold. It had wrapped itself around her like a living thing, seeping deep into her bones, freezing her from the inside out. But it wasn't just the cold. There was something else. Something insidious. Something ancient and hungry that she could almost feel breathing right alongside her. Her fingers twitched, a sharp ache running through them, as if her limbs were waking from a long, deep slumber. She felt like she was being pulled in two different directions, her body fighting against the things that lurked inside her, and the entity that had slipped in the moment she crossed that threshold. It was inside her now. She couldn't deny it. She could feel its hunger, the darkness that had slipped under her skin, curling like smoke in her veins. There was a sickening pull at the back of her mind, a gnawing emptiness that urged her to give in, to let go. But she couldn't. Not yet. She wasn't sure what made her fight. Perhaps the last vestiges of her own will, some desperate flicker of who she had been. But she knew she couldn't stay here. This place, wherever it was, wasn't real. It was wrong. She had to leave. And so she began to move. Her limbs felt like they didn't belong to her, stiff and uncoordinated, but the darkness seemed to part at her touch, almost as if it recognized her presence, as if it could sense her. Attempts to escape. The air grew heavier, denser with each step, and with every movement, Olivia's stomach churned. Where was she? She took another step, and her foot met something solid. Wood. A door. She froze, her breath catching in her throat. The door was different. This wasn't the one she had just crossed through. No. It was older, darker, covered in thick vines of decay, the wood warped and splintering as if it had been forgotten for decades. She could feel its weight pressing against her chest, a burden like a heavy stone pressing her down. This door was not a passage, it was an anchor. Her fingers trembled as they reached for the knob. A sharp jolt of pain ran through her hand, and for the briefest moment, she thought she had cut herself. But no, the pain wasn't real. It was a sensation. Her hand was numb, but it wasn't the door that caused the pain. It was the thing inside her, the thing that was trying to reach out, trying to claim her completely. Her fingers closed around the handle. It felt wrong, but there was no other choice. She twisted. The door creaked open, but the sound was distorted, like metal scraping against stone, unnatural, grinding, like it had been locked away for far too long. A cold wind rushed at her face, sharp and bitter, and she flinched, closing her eyes as the gust clawed at her. Through the crack in the door, Olivia could see the faintest glimmer of light. She had to move. With one last force of will, she pushed the door open and stepped into the light. It was blinding at first, too bright, too white, like the light of 1,000 suns. Her eyes burned as she squinted into the glow. She thought she heard voices again, whispers, louder now. You can't run, you can't hide. You opened the door. The light was wrong, too sharp, too artificial. There was no warmth, no depth to it. It was as if the light itself was alive, bending, flickering in a way that defied everything she knew. It was alien, as if she were no longer in the world she had once known. The light shifted, and then Olivia saw it. The hospital. But it wasn't right. The walls were cracked and broken, the floors uneven and stained with something dark, blood. The rooms were empty, the hallways silent and dead. This wasn't the hospital she remembered. No, this was something else. It was a mirror of the hospital. But the reflection was twisted. The doors were hanging crooked on their hinges, the windows shattered, and the air was thick with something unspeakable. Her breath caught in her throat. No, 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 no. She had stepped into another world, a place between worlds. A liminal space where time and reality had no meaning, where the rules of the world she had once known didn't apply. This was a space where things could cross from one side to the other. And the thing inside her, it wasn't alone anymore. She could feel it now, spreading through the darkness, gathering its strength. Olivia stumbled backward, her knees buckling as something shifted behind her, something cold and unknowable. She didn't turn around. She couldn't. There was only one way to leave this place, one way to stop it. She had to make a choice. The whispers grew louder. You opened the door, and now you belong to us. Her heart pounded in her chest as she pressed her palm against the cracked wall, the coldness seeping into her skin. There was no going back. There never had been. The door she had opened had led her here, into the realm between, into the grasp of something ancient, something that had never truly left. Something that fed on fear, on despair, on those who dared to cross the threshold. And now, it wanted her. She had to fight back. But there was only one way. Her hand moved, reaching for the dark, slick surface of the doorframe, feeling the jagged edges beneath her fingers. She could feel the pull, feel it pressing on her chest, drawing her in. She needed to fight. She had to. She whispered the words, her voice trembling. I am not yours. But the thing inside her laughed. The walls of the room twisted and folded, undulating like the skin of a serpent, contracting, expanding, breathing in and out as though the room itself were alive, suffocating Olivia from every side. The air was so thick she could hardly breathe, each inhalation like trying to pull air through a thick, wet blanket. And still, the whispers surrounded her, their voices so many and so endless that she couldn't tell where one ended and the next began. You cannot escape. You opened the door. It was no longer just the thing inside her that spoke. There were others too. Hundreds, thousands of voices, each one distinct yet overlapping, a chorus of torment and hunger. Some spoke in sorrow, others in rage, others still in a cold, detached madness. But they all spoke the same truth. She could not escape. Olivia's heart pounded in her chest as the claustrophobic room pressed in around her. She tried to move, tried to run, but her limbs were too heavy, sluggish, as though they had turned to stone. Her feet dragged as she stumbled forward, each step feeling more like a weight pulling her deeper into the bowels of the earth than a movement towards escape. The door she had entered through, was no longer there. It had vanished, melted into the walls like a shadow at dusk. The only thing left was the darkness, deeper than anything she had ever known. It felt alive, pulsating with something that felt like hunger, like an insatiable, endless need that demanded everything it touched. And it had already taken so much from her. Her skin crawled, every inch of her body screaming in silent protest as she felt the presence inside her. No, it wasn't inside her anymore. It was around her, through her, filling the very air she breathed. Her vision blurred and she closed her eyes, clenching her fists so hard her nails dug into her palms. The darkness pressed in, and all she could hear was the sound of her own pulse hammering in her ears. You can't escape. The whisper was back, sharp and full of malice. You opened the door, and now there is no way out. She staggered, feeling the ground beneath her became slick and treacherous. She had no idea what she was walking on, only that it felt wet, alive. Something slithered beneath her feet. She didn't want to look. It was then that she saw them. Shadows, dancing along the walls, flickering figures that seemed to move with a life of their own. Their shapes were impossible to describe, constantly shifting between human forms and something else, something monstrous. They stretched and collapsed into grotesque shapes, their faces sometimes blurred, sometimes clear, each one an agonized, contorted mask of terror, of despair. And then she saw the face, a face she knew all too well. It was her own, her reflection staring at her from the walls, twisted in agony, mouth open in a silent scream. Her eyes were hollow, black pits, and her skin was pale, stretched tight over the bones. The face was a mockery, a warning, and it followed her wherever she went. When she looked to her left, there it was. When she looked behind her, it was there too, always watching, always grinning. "You will never be free," it whispered, its voice like 1,000 whispers, all crushed together in a single breath. "You are not who you think you are anymore. You are part of this place now, part of us." Olivia fell to her knees. The floor beneath her seemed to breathe with a slow, steady rhythm, its pulse in sync with her own heartbeat. She pressed her hands to her temples, trying to force the suffocating pressure away, but it only grew stronger. The pressure was all-consuming, like the weight of the entire world pressing down on her. Something had broken. She had opened the door, and now she was part of the darkness. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Her mind raced. She needed to wake up. This couldn't be real. But was it? How could she know? As the shadows inched closer, she felt the pull of the door she had crossed through. But it wasn't a door anymore. It had transformed into something far worse. The thing inside her. No, it wasn't inside her anymore. It was her, and she was it. There was no separation, no distinction. The hunger it carried had merged with her own, filling every crevice of her being. The isolation that had once defined her was now suffused with an alien sense of unity, a sense of belonging to something much greater than herself. Something old, something ancient. The whispers became more urgent, growing in volume until they filled her mind entirely. It was a constant thrumming, a steady hum of unholy words, words that she couldn't make sense of. But she knew deep down that they were not meant for her to understand. They were not for a human. They were for something far beyond her comprehension. But the door, that cursed black doorway, was always there, beckoning her. The place behind it was the source of everything. It was the origin of this void, this corruption. It was what had called to her from the very beginning. Her mind fought against it. She fought against the overwhelming sense of inevitability that crept into her bones, into her thoughts. But it was futile. There was no escape. Her breath came in ragged gasps as she dragged herself across the floor. She didn't know why she was moving or where she was trying to go. She only knew she couldn't stop. She couldn't stay here. But then a sound, a clink. Something had moved, a shift, a scraping noise coming from the edge of the room. It was followed by another sound, a soft hiss, a low, slithering whisper like wet paper being torn. Her stomach turned, and she turned her head toward it, her mind already screaming in warning. But she had no control anymore. The figure emerged from the shadows, its body tall and twisted, its silhouette barely visible in the murky light. It moved with an unsettling grace, its form constantly shifting, a web of shadow and form that defied understanding. And then it saw her. Olivia froze. The figure stopped, its eyes locking onto hers, glowing like embers in the dark. A jagged, crooked smile spread across its face. No lips, just a gaping hole that seemed to stretch from ear to ear, jagged teeth gleaming in the darkness. Its presence was overwhelming. Its power was unfathomable. "You were always meant to be here," the creature's voice hissed. It was deep, distorted, as if it came from the very walls themselves. "You opened the door, and now you are part of the door. You are ours." Olivia's chest tightened, the grin on its face widened, and her stomach churned as she felt something in her stir. The hunger, the terrible, unending hunger, grew. It wasn't hers, it was theirs, but it was inside her. She could feel it spreading through her veins, overtaking every thought, every breath. This wasn't the end. It was only the beginning. She was already lost, and there was no way back. The darkness seemed to smother her, thick and unyielding, more a presence than an absence. Olivia's mind scrambled for anything familiar, any glimmer of recognition in the world that was no longer a world at all. The hunger, the insatiable hunger that had been gnawing at her from the inside out, was no longer something she could suppress. It pulsed through her veins, making her body feel foreign, alien. The thing that had taken root inside her had grown too powerful, too pervasive. She could hear it now. The whispers had turned into low, guttural chants. A language she couldn't understand but knew deep down wasn't meant for her ears. It wasn't the language of humans, or even of creatures that had ever walked the earth. No. This was something ancient, far older than the stars themselves. Something that had waited for this moment, for the exact moment when the door opened and the cursed threshold was crossed. Her body ached with a deep, unrelenting pain, but there was no time for that now. She had to keep moving. The shadows, those sickening, shifting things, seemed to be getting closer, crawling along the walls and the floor, whispering her name in a dozen voices at once. The room had become a prison, its walls closing in on her, with every step she took. It was no longer a room. It was a tunnel, a hallway of infinite darkness, stretching endlessly into the void. "Help," she whispered to no one, hoping for the impossible, her voice weak and fragile as it disappeared into the void. There was no answer. The figure that had stood before her moments ago, the creature, was gone, but its presence lingered, in the space like a disease, infecting every inch of the air around her. She could still feel its eyes on her, though she knew it wasn't physically there anymore. The way it had looked at her, with its toothless grin and burning hollow eyes, would never leave her. Its laughter had ripped through her soul, the sound of it still echoing in the back of her mind. She tried to shake off the thought, but it was no use. The creature's words had been a marking, a binding. She could feel the chains of its influence tightening around her chest, crushing the air from her lungs. Part of the door, it had said. She was no longer merely a victim, an innocent who had wandered too far. She had become the doorway itself, a vessel for the ancient thing that had been waiting. Olivia's legs gave out beneath her, and she collapsed to the floor. Her breath was shallow, desperate, but it didn't matter. She didn't know how much longer she could keep going. She could feel the cold now, sharp and penetrating, sinking into her skin like needles of ice. It was the cold of a place that wasn't meant to exist, a cold that had no place in any world, human or otherwise. And then the shadows started to move. They shifted and slithered, like living things, crawling across the floor toward her. Olivia's stomach churned, and she wanted to scream, but no sound came. The world was silent, save for the sickening whispering and the faint scuttling of the shadows as they drew nearer. She could feel them, thick and oppressive, circling her like vultures. They had come for her, to claim her. She tried to crawl, to move, but the shadows were too fast. They were already at her feet, creeping over her limbs with a sickening warmth, as if they were made of flesh instead of smoke. They were everywhere now, weaving through her fingers, over her body, suffocating her. Her head spun with dizziness, but she couldn't focus on the pain. All she could focus on was the hunger. It was growing, stretching through her, into her, filling every corner of her mind, every corner of her soul. It was like the dark had become her blood, her heart. It was part of her now, and she was part of it. The whispers around her grew louder. "You can't hide. You're one of us now." Her hands trembled as she reached for the floor, trying to push herself upright, but her limbs felt heavy, as if the very air around her was pressing her down. She could feel the thing inside her, its hunger, its need to spread, to consume, to become more. It was no longer a part of her. It was her. Every movement she made, every thought she had, was an extension of it. It controlled her now. There was no separation anymore. And then she saw it. The door she had crossed through at the beginning, it had returned. It loomed before her, a dark, impenetrable rectangle in the middle of the room, pulsating with a black light, the kind of light that existed nowhere in the real world. It was not a portal. It was a hole, a tear in reality itself, stretching open wider with every passing second. The whispers grew louder as she stared at it, calling her name, urging her to step through. And yet, she hesitated. For a moment, a tiny fragment of Olivia still remained, the person she had once been, the one who had fought against the darkness, who had screamed for help. She wasn't sure why she hesitated now. She should have walked through the door. That was the only way to escape, the only way to stop the hunger from taking her completely. But the truth settled on her like a lead weight. Stepping through the door would not free her. It would trap her. She was already trapped. The door was no longer the answer. It was the end. It was the beginning of something else, something worse. Olivia closed her eyes, not in fear, but in acceptance. She could feel the hunger swell in her chest. She could feel the cold, the power, the weight of the ancient force that had chosen her. She had fought. She had tried to run. She had tried to resist. But it was too late. Her breath came in ragged gasps as her body moved on its own, like it was no longer her own. She could feel the shadows wrapping around her once more, pulling her up, lifting her from the ground. She didn't fight them. She couldn't. Her body was no longer hers to command. The hunger was all she knew now. "Welcome," a voice whispered in her ear, cold and deep, like the bottom of the ocean. She didn't know if it was the creature's voice or the voice of something else entirely. But it didn't matter anymore. She was lost. She was one of them. Now, Olivia's body moved through the air, her limbs floating in the dark. The door behind her beckoned, and this time she stepped toward it. She could feel the edges of reality begin to shudder, the walls of her world bending and breaking as she crossed through the threshold. And as the light, the black light, swallowed her whole, she could hear one final whisper. "Now, you are the door." And everything went dark. The cold was unbearable. It wasn't like any cold she had ever known before. Not the crisp chill of winter air, not the frigid touch of ice against bare skin. No, this was a frozen void, a biting emptiness that cut deeper than anything physical could. Olivia's very being seemed to fracture under the weight of it. Every breath she took feeling like an insurmountable task, the air thin, jagged, and suffocating. But even as the cold gnawed at her, something far worse clung to her mind, a feeling that she couldn't shake. It wasn't silence that greeted her when the door closed behind her. No, it was the absence of sound, the absence of anything familiar, the absence of time. The world that she had known had dissolved like mist, leaving behind nothing but this void, an endless nothingness that stretched out before her. as far as her eyes could see. Her eyes. She blinked and looked around, trying to make sense of the blackness that surrounded her. The shadows that had once been a menace were gone. There were no walls, no floor beneath her feet. There was only darkness, deep, infinite darkness, and an overwhelming feeling of being alone. But she wasn't alone. Not anymore. The whispers had returned, just as they had in the room. But now, they were inside her mind. They were her thoughts, twisting and contorting, overlapping with her own voice, bending and stretching her sense of identity until she didn't know where she began and they ended. "You opened the door," the voices whispered. "You called us, and now we are inside. We..." "Ah, you!" Olivia's chest tightened. She wanted to scream, to shout, but no sound left her lips. It was as if her very voice had been stolen from her. The air she tried to pull into her lungs felt wrong, like it didn't belong in her body anymore. The thing that had been waiting, the thing that had claimed her, was no longer just a distant force. It was her. It had become part of her, woven into the fabric of her soul. She stumbled, reaching out into the darkness, her hands seeking something, anything, to ground her. But there was nothing. The void swallowed her every movement, every gesture, as if it had no space for her at all. She collapsed to the ground, or at least she felt the sensation of falling. It was disorienting. Her body should have hit the floor, but the floor had vanished along with everything else. Instead, she was suspended in an abyss, her arms hanging limply at her sides. She could feel the weight of the darkness pressing against her, pulling her deeper into the unseen. She tried to focus, to remember anything human, but every memory, every thought felt increasingly out of reach. Her mind seemed to be shrouded in thick, opaque fog. Fragments, pieces of herself, floated through her mind, but they were incomplete. Her memories were slipping away, like sand through her fingers. "You've forgotten," a voice murmured close to her ear. It wasn't a whisper anymore, but a presence, tangible and consuming. "You've forgotten what you were, forgotten who you are." The presence was inside her, speaking through her. It wasn't just speaking to her. It was her voice, her thoughts, her memories, twisted and deformed into something unnatural. She could feel it. No, she could feel them, all of them, buried within her, shifting like parasites. But the horror of the moment wasn't in the presence of the entity, nor in the grotesque violation of her mind. It wasn't even in the overwhelming cold that held her in its grip. No, the horror, the true horror, was that she understood. She understood now. She had opened the door. She had invited them in. She had crossed that threshold, and in doing so, had not only unleashed them upon herself, but upon the world. She wasn't merely trapped in the void. She had become the void. She had become the door, and she was no longer Olivia. The thing that had been inside her, that had gnawed at her from within, had won. It had taken over. She was nothing more than a vessel, a living doorway for the ancient darkness that now stretched beyond the confines of her mind, her body, her soul. It was unstoppable now, feeding off the fear, the isolation, the nothingness that filled the space between all things. But there was a choice she hadn't seen before. The thing inside her, this force, had granted her the illusion of control. It wasn't just that she was being consumed. It was that she had been given the power to make a decision, a choice she didn't think she had. The door. She could feel it. It was still there behind her, not in a physical sense, but within her. It had always been there. It had been in the corners of her mind, calling to her since the moment she had stepped into this nightmare. It was the only way out. The only way to stop the madness, to stop the entity, to stop this hunger. If she chose the door, It would take her back, back to the world, back to reality. She would be free of this endless abyss, free from the cold, free from the thing inside her. The world would continue as it always had, and the door would close behind her forever. But there was a catch. There was always a catch. The door wasn't a return. It wasn't a solution. It was a bargain. It would take her back, but at a price. And this time, it wasn't just the entity that would be released into the world. She would be free of the hunger, but in exchange, she would be the one to open it for the next. She would be the door itself, a conduit through which the darkness could flow into the world once again, claiming what it had always sought: souls, minds, lives. It was a selfish choice, a decision made out of desperation, out of fear. And yet, Olivia's eyes drifted upwards, searching in vain for something, anything. She could feel the whispers again, more urgent, more insistent, as if they could sense her hesitation. Their words pulsed within her, like a heartbeat, like the pounding of blood in her veins. The hunger stirred within her, its claws sinking deeper. But she knew now. She knew what had happened to the others. She knew what the door had done to them, to all those who had gone before. They had fallen victim to it. She had fallen victim to it. The darkness had promised power, promised freedom, but it was a lie. It was always a lie. The door, her door, was a curse, and she could no longer pretend that it wasn't. And as the darkness began to close in on her once more, as the whispers became louder, more maddening, Olivia closed her eyes, her heart pounding in her chest. She had been given a choice, but in truth, there was no choice to make. She couldn't be the door. She couldn't continue the cycle of horror, of sacrifice. Not again. The darkness screamed in protest, a furious, deafening howl that shook her very soul. But Olivia clenched her fists and made her decision. She would end it, no matter the cost. She would close the door forever, and the world would never know the terror it had been saved from. The void was relentless. A never-ending ocean of blackness surrounded Olivia, its cold tendrils wrapping around her, pulling her down into its depths. Her body felt like it was made of nothing, a collection of fragments that had been scattered into the abyss. She could feel the thing inside her, that dark presence pushing at the edges of her mind, its hunger, its longing, demanding to be fed, demanding to be set free. It was all-consuming, its power, its influence, its essence, so vast, so ancient, that it seemed to exist beyond the very fabric of time and space itself. But Olivia refused. Her body trembled, weak and aching, but she fought, not just against the presence, but against herself. She was tired, so tired. She had been running from this thing for what felt like lifetimes, but she knew now. This was the final battle. There was no running anymore. There was no place to hide. Only one choice remained: the door, her door. It loomed before her again, but this time it was different. It was no longer the simple rectangle that she had stepped through once before. It was shifting, alive, breathing, its edges curling like the gnarled roots of an ancient tree. It pulsed with a black light, each beat of its glow seeming to match the rhythm of her own heart, a synchronized dance of life and death. The air around it shimmered, rippling like a mirage, as if reality itself could barely hold its shape in its presence. It was waiting, waiting for her. But she had seen it now, hadn't she? She had seen the truth. The door was never a path back. It was never an escape. It was the final prison, the ultimate choice: to remain in this eternal void, or to become one with it, to embrace it completely and let it consume the world. Her stomach twisted, and for a moment her thoughts threatened to slip away, but she held on. She had to hold on. "You've always known," the voice whispered in her mind, sickly, sweet and familiar. It wasn't the same as before, though. It didn't have the mocking tone of the creature, the one that had haunted her every step. No, this voice was hers. Her own voice, twisted and altered. It came from within, like 1,000 reflections of herself speaking as one. "You have opened the door. You've given us your soul, and now we will take everything. There is no more fight. There is no more escape." The words reached into her like hands pulling at her insides. Her soul felt like it was being torn from her chest, strings unraveling, memories disintegrating. But even as the entity reached deeper, as it spread through her thoughts and her very being, she could still feel something. A thread, faint but there. Her will. She was still alive. She was still here. She closed her eyes. The door stood in front of her, and though her vision was blurred by tears, she saw through the blackness. She saw what lay beyond it. The world. Her world. She hadn't just crossed the threshold into the unknown. She had invited it. She had taken part in something far bigger than her, something that existed in the dark corners of reality, a force that bled into the world whenever it could find an opening, a crack in the fabric of time or space, a sliver of light. The hunger. It had been there all along, just as she had feared. The hunger was not just inside her, it was inside the world, inside the very nature of existence itself, and it fed on all that was good, all that was pure. The door had been just the first step, a single moment in time when the door between worlds was cracked open. But now, it was too late to close it. The door would never shut, not entirely, not without consequence. Her mind snapped back to the moment, the present. She could feel the pulse of the door, its growing thrum resonating in her chest, filling the air around her. The whispers were gone now. There was only silence. A thick, suffocating silence that made the stillness around her feel even more oppressive. Her mind was sharp, clear. She took a step forward. The air around her shivered with the force of her decision. The door responded, the edges of it stretching outward, bending with a fluid grace, as though it were welcoming her. Or was it trying to pull her in? She couldn't tell, but she knew. She knew now what she had to do. The hunger, the darkness, had been a lie. It was not her salvation. It was not her escape. She had opened the door, and now she would close it once and for all. Her hand reached out toward the door, but there was no hesitation in her movement. She was done running. No more choices, no more bargains. No more bargains. With the darkness that had fed on her fear, her grief, her guilt. No more whispers. The darkness screamed in fury, its claws of cold wrapping tighter around her heart, squeezing until it felt like she might collapse under its weight. She could feel it. She could feel the door closing in, but not on her. No. On everything else. This time, it was her decision. She wasn't the door anymore. She was the key. The hunger howled louder now, as if it could sense the finality of her choice, but Olivia didn't flinch. She was not afraid. Her hand reached the door. The blackness swirled around her, but she pressed her palm against it, and as she did, a blinding flash of light erupted, so brilliant it seared her very soul. The door itself seemed to collapse under the force of her action, disintegrating into dust and smoke. The force of the light was overwhelming. It burned through her, through the darkness, through everything, and for a brief, terrifying moment Olivia thought she might die. But it didn't come. The light passed, and when it faded, when the shadows finally receded, the void around her was gone. She was standing in the middle of a room, the room she had entered not so long ago. The walls were once again solid. The floor was underfoot. The smell of stale air filled her nostrils. The door was gone. The hunger was gone. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, Olivia could breathe. She was free. But as she stood there, her body trembling, her mind still reeling from the sheer force of what she had just done, one thought entered her mind, a terrifying thought. The door had closed, but it wasn't gone. It had simply shifted, and now it was somewhere else. Waiting for the next. Olivia didn't know if she could ever truly escape it, but for now, she was free. And that had to be enough. The door, after all, was always waiting.